Well, hello, all those who are here and listening. Today we got some witchy vibes going on. No, not entirely witchy, more herbalist than witchy, but I'm excited. I watched Mousy play this game and then she bought it for me because I was so heavily invested. So, welcome to Strange Horticulture. Basically, strange plant house where play shop thing. Congrats on the thing. Thank you! Also, hello! I'm very excited. For those who don't know why I'm being congratulated, my art that I made for Kureji Oli of Hololive ID was used for a thumbnail for her upcoming stream of Okami, and I wanted to cry as soon as I saw it. Cause like, I thought it was just my art being retweeted by someone I have on my feed, and then I looked up at the name and I was like, fuck! I gotta take a second. But yeah. Also, since today is the Nintendo Direct, I figured that, since it's 2 hours-ish from now, we could take a minute to stop the game, and then we can just watch the Nintendo Direct together. The audio will be muted for you guys, because I don't think I'm legally allowed to have that on there. But I'll link it in chat so you can pull it up and we can just watch it together. How about that? Alrighty. We'll go ahead and stop the music. Let the music play. I'll also actually fucking tweet. I always forget to do so. And okay, let's get started. Meeting your boss tomorrow, so that'll be interesting. Ooh, good luck. I hope it goes over well. Welcome to Strange Horticulture. That is loud. I already turned it down once, because my god. There. That should be better. The streets of Undermere are narrow and claustrophobic. In many places, the buildings lean out at the upper floors so that neighbors can reach across and shake hands, or, more likely, exchange unpleasantries. Strange Horticulture is a small shop situated away from the main thoroughfares, but it has the advantage of being one of the few buildings in Undermere that stands alone. Plants, you may have noticed, need light, and light is in short supply at street level in town. Recently, the shop passed to me after the death of my uncle. There is much to learn, but one thing is already clear. The rare and unusual plants that he stocked have their uses after all. I can read. I promise. Maybe. This game features some small text. If you're having difficulty reading, you can use the mouse wheel to zoom in and out. Why is it so loud? Down, dog. Okay. Good lord. How's the volume? Is it better now? Are you being deafened at all? Are we killing a city using plants? No, but we could. Seems okay? Alright. Oh. I found it, except on the elusive wandering boo. Come to the library in Ambleside, and I'll tell you all about it. I even found something on the gilded dendra that might be of interest. Simone. P.S. Give Hellbore a good scratch behind the ear from me. We have a cat, by the way. His name is Hellbore. Hey, Joe. What's up? Ooh, a little piece. Ooh. Dangerous plant grows sparsely in the hills to the northeast of Backbarrow. Keep it secret. Ooh. Bishop's parasol. A mushroom found in dark, damp places, feeding on any light that gets close to it. It can seem to draw light in, enveloping its surroundings in darkness. The gills on the underside of this mushroom seep a milky fluid that can be consumed as a treatment for stomach pains. Not a trolling. Streamers. Not a lot of trolling. Wait, what? Not a lot of trolling streamers. Saw you on, thought I would say hi. Well, hello! Good to see you. My, we have a lot of plants. Let's organize these a bit better. So in this game, we are to figure out what plants are what and identify them so we can help other people with any ailments or treatments they need or any help. It's a bit tall. I'll put it on top. Taste test. That was poisonous. Alright, that's all the plants we have for now. Alrighty. Oh, right. We can inspect these too. A single pink flower that smells pleasant. So those little tags that you see on the little inspection, we use those as clues to help identify what plants are what. So let's see. What is you? Soured milk, bad enough to make my eyes water. So maybe that could be the bishop's parasol. So we're gonna label that. Bishop's parasol? Parasol. We'll put a question mark on there because we haven't clearly identified it yet. Parasite. How dare you? Not as spongy as most mushrooms. In fact, the undersides are somewhat sharp. Red spores protrude from the caps. Let's see. Spongy mushroom with potent abilities, only safe to consume in small quantities. Grants strength for short periods at the expense of severe fatigue once the effect is worn off. I don't think we have that. It smells faintly of wood smoke. Feels like rough glass paper. Yeah, these are our only two obvious looking mushrooms, so I don't think we have farmer's worry yet. Forest camphor. Strong smelling bulb of this plant has a powerful soporific effect, making it the most common ingredient in sleeping draughts. The camphor produces a beautiful, rounded, dark blue cluster made of many smaller flowers. I don't think we have that one yet, so we'll keep that one in mind. An offering of fox button is considered by some to represent a contract of friendship between strangers. Thick, shiny leaves grow in opposing pairs along the stems. Smooth, waxy leaves. No, it's not really similar. Small leaves, delicate flowers. I don't think it's that one. We'll see. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. A plant with medicinal properties that can aid with digestive troubles when prepared correctly. Care must be taken, however, as the rough leaves can be an irritant. Only the petals are safe for consumption. Okay. No, that one has thorns. And it doesn't have the middle piece. Let's see. Oh, you? The leaves are coarse to the touch. I'd say that's pretty close. So we'll put Candy root. Candy root, not Gandry. And then question mark, because we haven't confirmed it. Alright. Harlequin blue. When a bushy blue flower head when the blushy blue flower heads die back, they release seeds with downy pappus, which assist in wind dispersal. Once dried and hardened, the stems can be burned as incense. As they burn, they let out high-pitched shrieks, widely believed to be the spirits of the dead souls trapped within the plant. Oh. Blue flowers, stiff leaves. That's pretty close, but I'm not sure. Scrim. Ah! Oh! It's pungent, not unpleasant. The bulb is a soft yellow. The leaves are waxy. Is this our camphor? Powerful soporific effect, making common ingredient in sleeping draughts. Okay. Strong smelling. Pungent but not unpleasant. So we'll put that as a question mark for... Wait. Come on. There you go. Forest camphor. Oops. I can type! There we go. Question mark, because we don't know for sure. Oh, please excuse me. Oh my god. Thick, shiny leaves grow composing pairs along the stems. Those are only stiff. Smells of nothing that I can detect. Interesting. Purple flowers have a light buttery scent. So the game is basically, you have ghosts in your blood, you should do cocaine about it? No! Where did you get that? Oops. Lemon dandy. Curled leaves are thought to be the origin of the name of this plant. Curled leaves. Oh! Supposedly referring to a peeled lemon rind. Among several medicinal uses, the flower of the lemon dandy is mostly associated with curing afflictions of the heart. Oops. Come on. Lemon dandy. Smell is faintly off-putting, but not overpowering. Weird. It doesn't mention any... Oops. Stop it. Wait. It doesn't mention any scent, so I'll put this as a question mark. I meant to do that, but I forgot. Cocaine is plant-based, so it makes sense for me. But no. The wide, waxy leaves. Aha! Allow this plant to collect large amounts of water it requires. It's said that a person can be bound to secrecy using Mary's breath. Really? It used to be grown in the royal gardens so that the king could ensure the trust of his confidants, but it fell out of practice. The practice fell out of favor. So this one's pretty spot on. So we'll definitely name this Mary's breath. That one's confirmed because it's just leaves and they're all waxy. God damn it! I keep right-clicking. So are you are a witch disproving superstition? Not necessarily. Oops. In this game, we're just an herbalist that, inherited the shop from our uncle, who passed away. And a doof cat named Hellbore. Eventually, once I've gone through all these plants and I identified some of them, and made sure that what we do have can't be labeled, because we don't have all the pages, I can click on this little bell, and people will come in, and then we can help them, potentially. Or we can go outside with this map. Mellow glow. Among other uses for this plant, the most remarkable is that it can allow a person to pass unnoticed. Though not invisible, it is possible to become hidden from sight and memory. Mellow glow has sharp thorns that protect it from predators. So the only one we have with thorns is this one. So we'll name it Mellow Glow. Oops. Question mark. Wren. The long leaves of the wren are known to turn black in the presence of certain poisons, and so can be used to detect them. Though it has no flower, it is said to smell unpleasant to those who have known death and sweet to those who have not. That's a really nice detail. I like that. Oh. It has a scent that scratches at the back of my throat. That's not really death, per se. It's just kind of gross, I guess. St. John's Poppy. Ooh. Flowers are red with a sweet scent. Vibrant petals of this flower can be brewed to create a draught that can greatly improve the imbibber's hearing ability. Flowers of the St. John's Poppy are bright red with a yellow center. That's pretty spot on, don't you think? St. John. Yeah. Let's see. Also known as the blue aloe or blue winter, after its cool blue-gray flowers, winter boar is a hardy plant, often found growing in extreme cold environments. The rubbery leaves make it an effective insect repellent when applied to the skin. Ooh. Let's see. Blue. No, it's not even remotely similar. So we do not have this one. Veined leaves have a waxy finish. I didn't even notice this one. Oops, hey. Oh, that's it? That's all the pages we have. So let's go through them one more time. Bishop's Parasol, kind of milky. Farmer's Worry, I don't think we have. Forest Camphor, we have over... this one. No, wait, yes. Yes, okay. I'm gonna put all the label ones over here. Organization. Oh, these are pretty. The flowers are soft purple with a sweet scent. I like those. Those are pretty. Alrighty. We're just gonna organize a little bit. Make sure everything's nice and close. Cool. Forest Camphor, Fox Button. It doesn't say anything about a flower, so I don't want to assume that we have that yet. Gandy Root? We potentially have. Harlequin Blue, we don't have, I don't think. And the bushy blue flower heads die back. Oh. Wait. No, this is our curled one. That's Lemon Dandy. Where is that other blue one I thought we had? Oh wow, we have a lot of space. Blue flowers, light airy scent. Oh, maybe this one. Yeah, let's do that. Wait. Harlequin Blue. Lemon Dandy, Mary's Breath, Mellow Glow. We don't have Wren. St. John's Poppy. We don't have Winter Boar. Okay, that's all the ones we potentially have. We have a lot that are unidentified. But, nice. We'll keep that up here. We'll put that down here. Hi, Hellboy. I love you. I must have walked past the shop 100 times without ever stopping to look. What a wonderful place to spend your day surrounded by plants. I came here because I have an unusual request. At night, I hear whispered voices too faintly to hear clearly, coming from the floor above me. But nobody lives up there. The rooms are empty. My curiosity got the better of me. I must find out what they're saying. St. John's Poppy. Yay! So that's confirmed to be St. John's Poppy. Ooh, Clavelium. According to the legend, Clavelium can be used to open any lock, no matter how complex or secure. The heart-shaped leaves have earned this plant the nickname Lovelock. Now let's add it to our book. We don't have any other heart-shaped ones, and that doesn't specify the leaves being heart-shaped, so we won't use that one for now. Sorry, Hellboy. Hello, David Chaffer. Bloody awful weather out there today. Good plants. Good for the plants, though, eh? Got a letter for you. Thank you. Gosforth is a hateful town. I was beaten and robbed and left to die in the streets. After many days, I was rescued by a kind stranger, just as I had come to fear the wickedness had infected the heart of every soul in this cursed place. I began my recovery in the woods to the south of the town with a group of travelers. On the northeast corner of the wood, I sat and stared at the bright flower, and tears flowed down my face at the reminder that there is beauty in this world. I shall be returning to Undermere soon. Warmest regards, Amos Duncan. I see. So, we have the will to explore. That means we can go places. Oops. There we go. So, this note says, Gosforth is a hateful town, and that they found the flower on the corner of the wood, the northeast corner. So, where's Gosforth? Gosforth. Ah, so the northeast. Let's go here. Why did I come here? Oh. Well. The will to explore will eventually fill up over time, but we can also increase it, oops, by watering our plants. And with that, we're ready to go again. Oops. Let's try... Let's see. The northeast corner of the wood, so maybe the top right? Nope. Alright, then we'll have that one last little spot to go through. So essentially, watering our plants is making us really bored to the point where we want to leave. Alrighty. Last attempt. Nothing here. Well, we tried. Sorry, Hellbore. Gilbert Ames. Or Ames. Something's got those witches in the forest stirred up. They're not letting anyone through. I had to take the long way around, down through Back Barrow. I never did trust the sisterhood. Anyway, I'm here now, and I brought Fennett from the south to trade for some lemon dandy. Hardly worth the trouble when you factor in the extra miles that I had to cover to get here. Well, asshole, I'm not the one who made you come out all this way. Alrighty, that's a lemon dandy. And I got Fennett, I think he said. So let's go ahead and take off that question mark, because that sure is a lemon dandy. Pale yellow flowers. The leaves are quite soft. Let's see what our book says. Lemon. So we only have the new one, which is Clavelium. So we don't have anything that could be used for that. Because there was nothing in there for soft leaves. That's okay. I love you, Hellbore. Faye Swift. My dreams are becoming more vivid. I saw a woman, her face hidden behind a mask, and next to her a terrifying black skeletal creature. It stood tall, its roving head scanning the landscape, and though it had no discernible face, I could sense a hint of expression about its features. It seemed to be laughing, but not the joyous laughter of a child, a sickly, horrifying laughter that chilled me like the first breath of winter. These past weeks have been getting worse. I need sleep. So, forest camphor, do we have that? Oh no. Forest camphor. Ah. Potentially this? God, I hope it is. Okay, good. Yay! Butterdale. Oh, our buttery friend. Often found growing in clumps on the valley sides, Butterdale has been used for centuries as a cure for all manner of skin rashes. The dark green leaves can be stewed and mulched to form the poultice. The flowers smell buttery to some people. I'm glad we're some of those people. Butterdale. We'll move you on over here. Move this one over here. Nice. And we need to adjust your name, because you are definitely Forest Camphor. Nice. Also, I will take a hydrate. Thank you for the redemption. Apple juice. Alrighty. Let's see. So many cool places to go. Let's see. Let's choose one at random. Lemon butter, are we making a parfait? No, but now I really want a parfait. Let's go here. Okay, never mind. Nora Butterfield. Got any wandering boo? Oh, that reminds me of, oh, what's his name? The old hermit inventor, the wanderer. Anyway, the boo, if you got it. I don't have any boo entry for the buck plant. Simone mentioned something about it in her note. I should visit the library in Ambleside. Okay. Good to know. Where's my thingy? Okay. I'm an influencer. Cute. Alrighty, so visit the library in Ambleside. Where is Ambleside? Arnside? Bucksfield. Ambleside. The library here in Ambleside is one of my favorite haunts. Simone, the librarian, is always helpful and friendly and shares some of my passion for unusual plants. Today she's grinning ear to ear and can't wait to show me what she's found. Gilded dendra. Do not drink the sap of this plant. The lips and veins will turn black as the blood succumbs to dendra's miasma, a sure and painful way to die. The poison is so potent that even touching the leaves of the plant can be painful. Wandering boo. So called because this fungus can move slowly in the dark. It has been known to cover distances up to several meters in a single night. The gills of the underside of this mushroom form beautiful flowing lines. They are also quite hard and sharp, earning the plant the nickname Finger's Bane. The gills on the underside of this mushroom form beautiful flowing lines. They are also quite hard and sharp, earning this plant the nickname Finger's Bane. In fact, the undersides are somewhat sharp. Okay, so that's our wandering boo. Nice. Lady of Summer. The leaves curl round delightfully, which combined with an attractive flower and a hardy nature make this a sought-after ornamental plant. Aids with conditions of memory deterioration associated with old age. I unfortunately don't think we have anything like that. But you apparently move. That thought is kind of terrifying. Alright. We'll go out once more and see if we can find anything. It's plotting to kill you. No, it just moves. Okay. So unless it's prompted, I don't think I can find anything. Alright, let's end the day. Row H, the Third River. It started when she found something. Something she was not meant to find. A book, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the Ambleside Library. Row H, Third River. Oh, I get to keep it. Okay. I thought I put you away. Why are you up here? Ah, you did move. Bullshit. You looking cute as always, Hellbore. I love you. Row H, the Third River. 1, 2, 3. A dead deer in the river, yellowed bone protruding from matted hide and rotten flesh. Death for one provides death for many. Or life for many. New plant! We got a new friend. The dark blue petals are soft and feathery to the touch. My fingers ache from handling this plant. Oh. Stomach pains, buttery. No. No. No? It would mention that it hurts. I don't think I have that one yet. Wait. No. What was the one that we just got that was like... Oh, here! Gilded dendra. Do not drink the sap of this plant. The veins turn black as the blood succumbs to the dendra's miasma. Sure and painful way to die. The poison is so potent that even touching the leaves of the plant can be painful. So potentially, gilded dendra. We'll make this one a red one. Because it's a bad boy. Alrighty. Isidore Burbage. Bring me the sample of Apis demesis. Be quick about it. The damn cat is setting off my allergies. Wait outside then, asshole. Shouldn't have an animal in the shop like this. Boy, I could just fucking give you a poisonous plant. I could do that. Apis demesis. Oh, there it is. Gandy root. Gandy root? There you go, asshole. Mikdu. The beautiful flowers made up of many smaller florets make this a sought-after decorative plant, although it's difficult to care for. He is a Karen! The hell? It may be a pleasant-looking plant, but touching the leaves against bare skin will result in painful sores. They smell wonderful. Nothing. Dipped in honey. Quite soft. I don't think I have anything that results in sores. Nope. Okay. Nothing for meat do yet. Hey, David! Lady Undermere, Lake Undermere is looking fine in the sunshine today. Here's her mail. Thanks. I can read. There's an old slate mine at Hard Knot that has some interesting looking fungi growing in it. I've never seen anything like that before. They seem to have found a niche in the damp, dark tunnels left by the tramways. Thought you might be interested. Warmest regards, Amos Duncan. Hey, Mittens! So, old slate mine at Hard Knot. Dark tunnels left by the tramways. Okay. So, we were given a clue for a new plant. Hard Knot. Hard Knot, Hard Knot. Ah, Hard Knot. Oops. Okay, thank God. I thought I clicked the wrong one. An iron gate rusted by years of abandonment sits across the entrance of the tram tunnel. Rusted, but it won't budge. Oh, Clavelium. I don't think I have that yet. Okay, we'll have to keep that in mind then. That one's the one with the heart-shaped. Yeah. I don't have that one yet. This is the only one I do have. I don't know if I'm gonna get another chance, though. I don't want to mess that up. This is that alchemist game? Technically, no. There is some alchemy in it later on, but for right now, we're just an herbalist. We'll have to go back to that later. Reuben Ward. I'm headed to Grisdale Forest, investigating a possible murder there. Can't say I'm looking forward to it. The Sisterhood are a secretive lot, and they're not keen to talk to me. Their leader, the Arda, or whatever they call her, she's dead. My instinct is they're hiding something. I was hoping you might have some fox button that would help me win them over. Uh-oh. Fox button. Considered friendship. I don't think I do. Thick, shiny leaves grow opposing pairs along the stems. Maybe? Nope. That was definitely not. Oh god. Oh. Ruben works with the police on murder cases. He's kind, good-humored man, but beneath the mask he's deeply sad. His only child, a daughter, had seemed troubled for some time before running away from him several years ago. The victims whose stories he tries to uncover are all somebody's son, somebody's daughter. The search for answers drives him forward, piecing together the logic of life and death. Interesting. I don't have a fox button. Archive? Ah, things I've completed. I can't tell him no? I'm sure I have some of that around here. Really? Sure, it's one of these plants. What plant did I just give him? Oh, maybe it's this one. Hey! Oh, thank God. Brimlock. Those suffering from hypothermia can be rescued by a draught made using leaves from the Brimlock plant. It has a warming effect that protects against extreme cold. When conditions are just right in the cold of winter, Brimlock produces a small yellow flower. These leaves are waxy and tough. Okay. We'll drag this one over. Fox button. Thank God for hints. Alrighty. We've got quite a collection of known plants now. Cool. Let's see. Hi, Victoria. I was able to make out the whispered voices last night with the help of the St. John's poppy. There's a medium using the room illegally, I might add, holding midnight seances for gullible grievers. Is there a plant that you know of that I could use to give them a scare and drive them away? I need my sleep. Potentially. Yeah. Shimmerlung. The dried stem of Shimmerlung burns very brightly and noisily, letting off a near blinding white purple light. Flowers grow wrapped in large ringed leaves. It's not cocaine! Alrighty. We've got a couple new ones, so let's go over the book again and see if we have anything here we've missed. So, we have the bishop, potentially. Brimlock has small yellow flowers. I don't think we have those. We have Butterdale, our friend over here. Let's have them in order. For what we do have, just to make it easier on me to go through them all. Let's see. Labellum, we do not have yet. How about opium? How is that better? We do not have Farmer's Worry. Or as Camphor would be next. Fox Button. Candy Root. Was this confirmed, by the way? I don't remember if it was. Did we give it to the asshole Karen guy? I don't remember. I'm not making drugs! Moonien. We have the Gilded Dendra. We'll keep it separate for now. Harlequin blue. Lady of Summer we don't have. Lemon Dandy is next. Mary's Breath. Mikdu we do not have. Mellow Glow potentially. Wren we do not have. Shimmerlong we don't have. St. John's Poppy. Wandering Boo. And Winter Boar I don't think we have. Alright. So not the Shimmerlong. No flower, so no Wren. No McDo. Smaller florets. Pleasant looking plant, but touching the leaves against the bare skin will result in painful spores. I don't think we have that. Maybe? It doesn't say that it leaves spores, so I don't want to say that it is the Mikdu. Leaves curl round delightfully, which combined with an attractive flower and a hardy nature make this a very sought-after ornamental plant. I don't think I have that. Harlequin blue, philodendra, candyroot, fox button, forest camphor. Okay. Brimlock. In the cold of winter, Brimlock produces small yellow flowers. No, I don't have that either. Okay. So we're good on that. Bethany Coleman. You may have heard the rumors that our Arda is dead. May Arduina bring her spirit peace. The nature of her death is unusual. The sisterhood does not often look to outside help, but this is beyond our knowledge. If you show my sisters this letter, they will allow you entry to the forest. Be assured of your discretion. We required you use Mary's breath to bind yourself to secrecy. Oh. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, God. That's not Mary's breath at all. Really? Oh, maybe it's this one. There we go. Oh, God. A rising dread. Oh, dear. Let me take care of this first. You are an outlier. How dare you? You are our Mary's breath. Oops. Mary breath. There we go. Okay. We have... Excuse you. We have failed in our duty as protectors of the forest. Our secrets have been stolen and the Arda has been murdered. You will find us deep in Grisdale Forest, a mile from the lake shore from Torver. Please help us. Yours in hope, the Sisterhood of Arduina. Okay. Oi. Oi. It probably would have been easier just to close it, huh? Alright. So... Grisdale Forest. A mile from the lake shore across Torver. Torver. Oh, Torver. Here. Grisdale Forest. A mile from the lake shore. Across from Torver. So this one? Aha! A sister tries to stop me from entering, but I show her the letter and she lets me through. I am ushered into a walled courtyard, then through a large oak door along the corridor and down the set of stone stairs into a cool basement. Lying on the table, draped in silk, is the Arda. There is not a mark on her, but her open eyes are black. Her mouth and her veins and her hair all black as a raven's wing. You know what could do this? Eventually? Ren doesn't have any flowers. Long leaves of the wren are known to turn blah blah blah. There is no flower said to smell unpleasant to those who have known death, and those sweet who have not. Oops. Oh, thank God. Gray sandfire. Sandfire is a tough outer bark which is useful for many properties. Some chew it as a form of dental hygiene, taking care not to swallow it, as it can cause unpleasant stomach distress. The flame-like tendrils give us a smoky scent, adding to the impression of a roaring fire. Ah! That's this friend. I extract a sample of the artist's blood and introduce it to the wren, and my suspicions are confirmed immediately. The leaves of the wren turn black, which can only mean one thing: gilded dendrit poisoning. Upon presenting my findings, I am rushed away quickly. The sisters do not want me hanging around, it seems. They do, however, send me on my way with a couple plants, which I am grateful for. Ooh, 2 friends! Ooh, ringlets and thorns. Oh my god. Alright, we have our work cut out for us right now. So, you are our wren. Did that move? You moved. Oh, excuse me. Hey, Cerulean. Welcome to a strange and weird herbalist shop. Let's see. Let's just go through. Not Brimlock, not Butterdale or anything. No, on the Farmer's Worry. No. Gray Sandfire. That's you up here. Gray Sandfire. After the Gilded Dendra, so we'll leave it up here for now. Meek Dew? No. Shimmerlong. Wait, Blinding White? Yeah. Burns very brightly and noisily, lighting off a near blinding white purple light. Flowers grow wrapped in large ringed leaves. Blazing scent, the leaves have stiff ribs. I'm gonna go ahead and say Shimmerlong. Are you the slightly odd herbalist with a passion? My D&D character visits in D&D? Sure. Go ahead and say that, Shimmerlong. Cool blue-gray flowers, hardy plant. The leaves make a... okay. Turquoise flowers, sharp thorns. So, nothing on that yet. I have to be really careful. I have a growing fear deep within me. I cannot let it take hold. Oh, you. I'm this close to reporting you, halfwit. The last plant you gave me made my skin itch furiously. I'll have your little shop shut down and torn to the ground if you don't make this right. Butterdale or Meek Dew? I have a choice? My actions could have consequences. Ah? I can give it to relieve his skin condition, or can result in painful spores. I unfortunately don't have a Meek Dew. I really wish I did. I want to make it worse for him. He's a piece of shit. I wonder if I can go anywhere to get some. I know that. I want Migdu. Give him poison oak and tell him it's suppository. No. I don't think I'm gonna get anything from anywhere if I don't know what I'm looking for. Oh. Dangerous plant grows sparsely in the hills northeast of Back Barrow. Keep it secret. Back Barrow, Back Barrow. Maybe this is it? Oh, here. Northeast of Back Barrow. Weather changes fast out in the hills. What started as a gray morning turned into a bright sunshine. A good thing, too, because it takes me several hours to find what I came for. By the time I'm done, the cloud is sweeping back over, a cloak of unwelcome shade. Hello, you're pretty. Red fruits, long flat leaves. That's unfortunately not what we're looking for. There you are. Right, I need the lock, the heart-shaped leaf plant to get that one. Oh. Right, I didn't find this one. Many days I was rescued by a stranger. Began my recovery in the woods south of the town with a group of travelers. Okay. Let's water some plants. Oh, we have plenty. Cool. So we can't get that one yet. I don't know what that clue is for yet. Yes, yes she did. I retweeted it. I was very happy. Super cool indeed. Oh. No. Technically I have multiple VTuber designs, but he's talking about Kureji Oli from Hololive ID. I made her some thumbnail art to use for her Okami playthroughs, and she used it for her thumbnail. Let's see. Right. Not that one, this one. Fast forth. South of the town. On the northeast corner of the wood. I sat and stared at a bright flower. Northeast corner of the wood? Damn it. I want to find it! Thank you! I appreciate that. Yeah, it's pretty commonplace now. But I really appreciate that VTubers are a thing. I don't personally enjoy showing my face, but having an avatar is something that's engaging, eye-catching, and entertaining for viewers. So, hopefully one day I could get around to making at least a PNG tuber. Because it takes for fucking ever to learn how to design, or how to rig an actual VTuber concept. Did I click here last time? God, I wish I could mark it off. It is hard. And it's so costly too, 20 bucks a month. There's a reason people do it professionally. Yeah, I tried to do that. Or at least try to learn so I could do that. Because, man, you make some fucking bank. But it is hard. Brain small and smooth. Yeah, good rigging takes like upwards to 3 months. If you want something with a lot of toggles or masks or like just basic movements, it's a lot. I've actually done it before on stream and stuff, but I work a lot better when I'm like offline and just cursing out loud, yelling at myself, being like, why isn't this fucking working? Okay. The south of the town with a group of travelers. Sat and stared on the northeast corner of the wood. Northeast. This one? God damn it! I want this fucking plant. One of the artists I know says they have put more than 80 hours currently into their new one. Yeah. I believe it. If I ever get enough money to go back into it and can hunker down and just relearn how to rig again, I'd love to do it on stream again for you guys. Just to show like, wow, it's a lot. Oh, you. Do it. I don't have the money for it right now, but when I do. Okay. Maybe it's not here. Maybe it's here? Because he does say south of the town. He just doesn't say where. So, northeast here? Aha! Brain. Big brain! The wood has a calming effect on my mind. It does me good to escape into nature, away from the stench and clamor of the Undermere. It's not long before I spy a bright flower among the trees. Ooh! That looks a lot like our poisonous friend. Single sweet-smelling dark flower. You can go in the archives. Hammer flower. No! I think this might be our fancy friend, Lady of Summer. Leaves curl round delightfully, combined with an attractive flower and hardy nature, make this a sought-after ornamental plant. This is Our Lady of Summer. Nice. Unfortunately, it's not our damn meat due. Ooh, excuse me. Alrighty. I guess we'll give you the damn Butterdale. Get out of here. Storian. Dark red fruits should not be ingested under any circumstances, as they are highly poisonous, resulting in insanity and then death. Cross-section of the stem shows distinctive triple xylem and phloem of the Storian. I'm gonna keep these over here. Please do not eat the plant. Stop it. I didn't give you any pets all day. I'm so sorry. Don't what? Don't eat the plants! Alright, we have the will to explore. Why did I close that? Let's see if we can go anywhere. And more. Ooh! After a pleasant amble through the village, I find myself in the farmer's field. There's little of botanical interest here. Only a few sheep and an old scarecrow who leers at me from his porch, arms askew. I notice he's dressed in what looks like a shopkeeper's outfit. Once respectable, now shabby. Cannot quite place who he reminds me of. Like the ones that are brightly colored and look poisonous. Don't! North of Hawkshed, east of Lowick, west of Roseland, south of Crinkle Crags. Crinkle Crags. The book both fascinated and terrified her in equal measure, and after studying it for some time, she reached a decision. She would never use the power she had discovered. She would hide the book where it could never be found. Take care, Moonian. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you again soon. Oh, and a small reminder for those who recently joined. We'll be watching the Nintendo Direct together. I'll be linking it in chat, and I will have the sound off while I listen to it. So, bring in your bingo cards. I don't have one, I never make one, but just to let y'all know, we'll be stopping in 45 minutes to watch the Nintendo Direct. Alrighty. Let's see where this card will take us. North of Hawkshed. East of Lowick. North of Hawkshed. Where's Lowick? Lowick. North, east, west of Rusland. Rusland. West of Rusland, south of Crinkle Crags. Here and here. Ha! Easy. Be careful of the DMC ABS. That's why I'm going to be having sound muted for you guys. You guys won't hear it at all. I'll be linking the Nintendo Direct in chat so you can pull it up on your own end, and we can watch it together. My eyes are drawn to the silhouette of the grizzled old man standing at the edge of a field. His mind is broken, seemingly beyond repair. Vacant eyes fixate on nothing. A whisper of an expression as my gaze sweeps his face. But only a whisper. He raises his arm, points. I follow his outstretched finger, and am surprised to find a cluster of wildflowers hanging there, or growing there, hidden from view. Did we just now get Meek Dew? God damn it. Smell like rhubarb. Bright red flowers that grow at the ends of thin stems. Let's see. We got new plants. Beautiful flowers made of smaller florets make this a very sought-after decorative plant, although it's difficult to care for. May be pleasant looking, but oh, right. Nah, it just smells like sweet rhubarb. It would tell us if it hurts. Bright red flowers grow at the ends of thin stems. Oops. Not what I wanted. You. Historian. We still need to identify that one. We have like a 50-50 shot. No, nothing on the winter boar yet. And that's it. Okay. Looking for a plant. Lady of what's it or something or another. Lady of Summer. Ugh, I'm no green-eyed dreyer, that's for sure. My mind isn't all what it used to be. It's the one that's supposed to help with mental decline. Gotcha. Bennett! Chewing through tough root of this plant is said to ease gastric distress and reduce anxiety. It has long, soft leaves. Nope, not that one. This one. Yes. Open. Bennett. Oh. Yes? Yes, okay. I thought it was 2 T's, not 2 N's at first. Nice. We've got quite the collection now. They're saying that Arda's been killed. I know a lot of people don't trust that sisterhood, but it seemed to me that Arda always looked out for the less fortunate. The cold is too much to bear beyond the gap. I was forced to turn back. I would advise against it, but if you're determined to explore Great Gable, be sure to take precautions. Knowing you, I'm sure you'll have a plant up your sleeves that can help keep you warm against the weather. Turn against you. Or should the weather turn against you. Norman Lee. This plant is cursed. It has brought me nothing but sorrow. Please take it. I want nothing more to do with it. Oh! Hello. You are very similar to our wandering boo. Mushroom-like plant with red growing spores from it. Grants strength for short periods of expense fatigue. No. It specifies the red spores growing on it, so... that can't be it. I don't think we have anything else for... yeah, Wonder Boar is our last one. So we don't have anything for that just yet. Simone, our friend! Hellbore! Always a pleasure, my feline friend. I hope he wasn't nibbling on the plants again. I have a favor to ask. Oops. You owe me for the hours I spent digging out the information on those plants. I've been burning the midnight oil again and could use some common trouse. I know where to find it. According to Grayson Herbology, it grows in abundance on Red Pike. I'll come by the day after tomorrow to collect it. I have business at Sedberg in the meantime. Here, take this. Thank you. Despite being described as common, the trouse in fact can be tricky to find. However, it is known to grow in abundance on the slopes of Red Pike. Nobody knows why. Its leaves have been used for centuries as a balm against eye strain. Oops, wrong one. So we're going to Red Pike. Let me get out my glass. Red Pike. That sounds like a mountain, but it might not be. Ah! I was right! I enjoy a pleasant stroll up the fell. The going is easy, the weather agreeable, and the views majestic. I do not have to look hard to find what I am after. Nice. We already know what it is, too. Common trouse. Oops. Hey. Nice. When you work with the occult, I find it pays to uphold a certain image. If you're going to be accused of performing witchcraft anyway, it doesn't hurt to put on a bit of the show every now and then. Let the punters know what I'm capable of, sort of thing. Long story short, I may have threatened to turn a small boy into a toad. The little bugger called my bluff. Oh, don't look at me like that. You know what little boys are like. I can assure you he deserves to be turned into a toad. Anyway, I think a little display is needed to discourage this sort of behavior in the future. Have you got any shimmalong? Potentially. Where did I put that? Yeah. Yeah. Candlewood. Produce a red flower that provides a shielding effect, protecting against all manner of afflictions of the mind. Long, thin stems grow among the tall leaves. There you go. What was the name of that one again? Candlewood. That's it. Come here. Kindly would. Would you kindly? Irving Harris. Sorry if I'm shouting, I'm a little hard of hearing. I'm looking for a plant that could supposedly help me hear better, but I've forgotten what it's called. I remember it's bright red, though. Alright. That's shielding afflictions. That's eye strain. Sleeping. Friendship. Aid in digestive problems. Dental hygiene. Wind dispersal. Memory deterioration. Afflictions of the heart. Confidant. No. Protect against predators. Gastric distress. Poison. Oh! St. John's Poppy. There you go. And that is the end of our day. Let's see if we can't find somewhere to go. Old Man. Striking views at the top of the so-called Old Man of Coniston have never failed to induce awe and wonder. Sadly, there are few people with the leisure to explore its heady heights. Today, it's just me and the sheep. Alrighty. End the day. Ooh! It's missing a piece. Time passed. A year and then another. The book remained hidden, but out of sight did not mean out of mind. The book was what her thoughts settled on when she rested, what she brooded over when she did her chores, what she pictured when she dreamed. Monday. I hate Mondays. Ooh, it's raining! Wow. Thanks. This really fucking helps. What does this mean? Do I match it with an edge? Oh, I do. Wow, I wasn't expecting that to work. The gentle sound of flowing water, the sunlight through scattered clouds. A reset. Boo, you get back over here. Soft pale blue flowers. A rather unpleasant scent. Let's see. Do we have anything that has an unpleasant scent? Waxy tough. Oops, what's this? Candlewood we have. Still don't have clavellum. No. I don't think it's the same plant, but there was also an anti-god stuff from Silent Hill. Aglaufortis? Huh. Oh, wait. No. I want the damn meek dew. No, nothing if anything yet. Reuben! What's up, my dude? Fox Button was no help, I'm afraid. The sisterhood still refused to speak openly with me. Not that I have time to pursue it properly. I rushed off my feet this week. There's been a body found at the Swineside Stone Circle, and apparently it's a grisly one. I don't suppose you've got anything to help keep my lunch down? My stomach never coped too well with the grisly ones. Fennit? I think I have Fennit. There you go. Yay! Witch Fig. A plant that's said to have many uses, including easing symptoms of infection, soaking up moisture, and detecting certain presence of compounds. It is also well liked by butterflies. It has a similar leaves to a fever kiss plant, which is often confused with. Good to know. So we have another Gilded Dendra and Lady of Summer situation with a plant. Hey, David. Good to see you. Morning. Verona Green handed me this for you. She seemed in a good mood. God. And you go away. I meant to tell you this yesterday, but it slipped my mind. I discovered a plant on a recent trip to Grisdale Forest, just northeast of Rusland. It was nothing like I'd ever seen before. I would have brought it back with me if the sisterhood had given me a moment alone, but they seem overly protective lately. Good to know. Alrighty, so... Nope, not that one. Not that one. Here it is. Alright, Grisdale. Grisdale Forest. Oh. Is it starting early? I don't know if it's starting early or not. The video for the Nintendo Direct just started. But I don't know if it's gonna start something or not. Oops. Excuse me. Made sure to add everyone in the Discord just in case. We'll see if it starts, but we'll keep going for now. I'll link it in chat now, just in case. And then later, once it does actually start. Been meaning to tell you. Recent trip to Grisdale Forest. I had it for a second, and then... Ah, here. Just northeast of Rusland. Here? Haha! Oh, wait. Not haha? Something else? For the moment I stepped off the road, I can't shake the feeling I'm being watched. Suddenly I find my way blocked by 3 women wearing green cloaks, holding short elm bows. Nobody may wander freely throughout the forest. By order of the Arda, says the leader of the trio. I walk back, but then again, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one? Nope! It is not the Mellow Glow. Okay. The turquoise one? Don't think it's gonna start until another 27 minutes. I didn't think so either, but just in case. Alright, let's look at the Mellow Glow. Among other uses for the plant, the most remarkable is that it can allow a person to pass by unnoticed. Though not invisible, it's possible to become hidden from sight and memory. Sharp thorns to protect it from predators. Hey, that's our Mellow Glow. Caballia, a rare plant that is believed to help the dead find peace in the afterlife. Those who can afford it place wreaths made from it at the graves of their loved ones. Caballia flowers almost always contain 6 petals. Finding a 7-petaled flower is considered to bring good fortune. So you are our Mellow Glow. And you are most definitely not. Nice. With the help of the Mellow Glow, I walk right past the sisters without them paying me any heed. Chuckling to myself, I collect the plant that Verona talked about and make my leave. Or take my leave. Ooh! Another berry one, oh no. Bulb is quite firm and turquoise in color. The orange fruits have no noticeable odor. Taking my leaves. How dare you. Alright, which one was the one that had red fruits? Dark red fruits. This one specifies red fruits, so I'm gonna say this one's the Storian. Oops, I need to make that a red tag. There we go. Okay. Smells like rhubarb. Hey! I am afraid. The camphor you gave me is helping me sleep. I'm very grateful for it, but the visions are as strong as ever. The woman in the jade mask appears in my dreams every night. She screams at me, but I do not know why, and behind her that presence is always there, dark and dreadful. I do not know what to do. The dreams feel like a warning that I don't understand, a mosaic of color that refuses to come into focus. Some part of me wants to stare down that abyss, but I am afraid. Alright, we only have the candlewood. Hey, Salamander Jumps. Munian, I don't believe is in chat anymore, but we'll relay your thanks. Kahe! That's me. Produces a red flower that provides a shielding effect, protecting against all manner of afflictions of the mind. Ah, thank God. Worry Less is an aptly named plant. Inhaling the smell of flowers is said to help ease of symptoms and anxiety. Worry Less. Oops, hey. Smell of the flowers. So it does have flowers. Maybe? Put these ones over here because they don't have names yet. I think my autocorrect is broken. That's a-okay. You're not the first and you're not the last to misspell my name. Oh! Maybe this is the worry less? It smells wonderful. The plants are pretty similar, or the leaves. We'll give it a shot. So with Brib, you're also not the first and not the last. Oh wait. Plant has said many uses. Similar to the fever kiss plant, which it's often confused with. So we won't really know that one until we find the fever kiss, so we know what it looks similarly to. Hello, Elbor, I love you. I'll now say Birdie the Mighty from now on. Hell yeah. Buff as fuck. We don't come to Undermere often, but I heard about your shop and I said to Francis, we simply must pay a visit. It is a wonderful breath of a life in an otherwise dreary town. Shame about this awful weather, though. You must come to Sizerg. We have a small library with some books on plants that my grandfather acquired many years ago. I'm sure they will be of interest to a horticulturist such as yourself. You are cordially invited to Sizerg Castle, Lord and Lady Elspeth. Neat. That's... here. I am greeted enthusiastically by Lady Elspeth herself. She is very talkative, and has many questions on horticulture that I do my best to answer, and she takes me on a tour of the gardens. Oh, you must take a sample of this back with you, she exclaims, pointing out a plant that I do not recognize, but before I can stop to take a look, she has already whisked me on to the next. And this one too, she says. I'm quite exhausted by the time we can make it to the library, and I don't have the time to make it thorough study as I would like. Nevertheless, I find I'm able to find an interesting entry that I note down. Don't forget these! Lady Elspeth cries as I make leave. She thrusts the plants from the gardens into my hands, and I thank her warmly. Fever Kiss! The red berries provide an energy boost that lasts for several hours. The leaves are pale in color. Ayy. So, I'm thinking this is the Fever Kiss. And this is that other one that we have in the book. It's always the one exception. Let's see. Fever Kiss. Energy boost that lasts for several hours. Fever Kiss. Historian. That is up here. Ah, Witch Fig. Similar to the leaves, it has similar leaves to the Fever Kiss plant, which it's often confused for. So we'll say this is Witch Fig. And until it's confirmed, we'll have a question mark. Hey, Black, what's up? How's it going? We have our new mystery plant. The leaves seem to have a mind of their own. I don't know why, but I have this irresistible adoration for male characters who are stoic, know what they want, and get shit done, and don't take shit from anyone. So, would you say that you like Sashomaru from Inuyasha? Shaw. Mushroom. Red spores. Moves in the dark. That's all I've got. Any ideas? Yes. Okay. Kind of like Parasite MC after he refuses the parasite. I actually haven't watched Inuyasha. I think you would like Sesshomaru. He has all those traits. He's also kind of a dick, but he learns to be better afterwards. Just don't watch the sequel. Don't watch Inuyasha Hime. Or Inohime or whatever, Yashahime, whatever the fuck. Don't. They ruin him completely in that one. I'm so thoroughly disappointed in that. Yeah, no. Don't. Keep it that way. They're saying Black Comb is haunted now. Bradley Miller told me he saw a ghost of a huge deer, antlers and all. But then Bradley Miller also says he can talk to squirrels. Either way, there's something evil in them hills, and I'm not taking any chances. Awful what happened to that poor young man up at Swenside. I've come for some stinking mount cap. I need to look back through my letters. I'm sure I remember seeing a location, or something that could help me with a new map location. Perhaps a new plant, too. I have a letter from Amos that mentions Great Gable. Should go for a hike and see if there's anything interesting up there. Okay. I happened to see a certain post of a certain badass artist who got their art featured. Double act, please! I'm blushing! I'm so happy about that! Ah! I'm so glad that she used it. It makes me happy. Alright, let's see. I need to put these away. Go into the archive. So... Gable? Gable something? Gable? So proud of you. We told you your art was good. Thank you. Never gonna watch Boruto no matter how good it is. Yeah, me neither. I only care about Boruto's dad. Sorry. Ah, Great Gable. But I need a plant that will warm me up. I don't have that. After several hours of arduous hiking and scrambling, I'm still some distance from the summit. I am freezing cold and ready to head home. I should do a sensible thing and turn back down the mountain, unless... unless... I don't have Brimlock. Yeah, I don't have Brimlock. It's not currently cold enough for a Brimlock flower. Oh! Wait, I do have a Brimlock? Tadruto. Yeah, I grew up with Naruto. I grew up with Bobobo too. That was my favorite show. It was always so fucking weird. Maybe... Let's see. If those... That shit was wild. You sim for Itachi? Hell yeah. Absolutely. Sure I have that somewhere around here. It's not currently cold enough for Brimlock to flower. You! Hey! I push on, no longer feeling the cold, and am presently rewarded. Sunset Mount Cap is a type of fungus with domed caps, sometimes called stinking Mount Cap, as a result of its unpleasant odor. is thought to deter unwanted souls and spirits from entering the home and is often placed in doorways. It is mildly toxic to humans and should not be eaten. That did not give me... Oh! Gray blue flowers. We have that. That's at the back, I think. Trigun, though. It's been ages since I've watched anything of Trigun, but that was a very good show. Found our winter boar, but we don't have the stinking mount cap. I don't think. Unless... Hell yeah! Dude. I wonder if I could do like a movie night where we watch Princess Mononoke or like Ghibli stuff. Maybe we could do that for our 500 follower thing. That'd be fun. Ugh, I want to set that up. Stinky. Or Sunset Mount Cap. Stinking Mount Cap. Maybe it's the one that I labeled Bishop's Parasol. Yeah, let's go with that. Yep, there it is. You can always watch completely legitimate watch party in Discord or something. Yeah, something like that. The fruit of the henchuk can have startling effects on memory. Even a small dose can result in short-term memory loss, but in larger amounts it has been known to cause severe amnesia. The tuberous bulb has an unusual structure, growing in bursts that give it a striped appearance when cut open. When the outer layer hardens and turns blue-green, it is ready to harvest. Alright. 11 minutes till the Nintendo Direct. Sunset Mount Cap. We'll put it as a purple because it's kind of toxic, but then should not be eaten. Nice. Hell yeah. FMA was a really good time for, like, 2D crushes, honestly. The women were badass. The guys were pretty damn cool. It was a good show. Very good show. Alrighty. So, let's see. We have the will to explore one place. Let's go into the forest. Alright. Never mind then. We don't have the lock thingy, so we'll have to wait still. Unfortunate. She lives alone in the castle to the northeast of the abbey. She buried her husband 3 miles to the east where the ever heart grows. At 15, her mother, strong, dependable, loving, was struck down by typhoid. The girl drew inward as her father turned to drink. If solo leveling anime is true, then man oh man, if it's like manga LN, people are gonna be simping hard for the MC. Look how green it is outside, my goodness. Alright, so this card. Northwest of the Abbey. There's Calder Abbey. Was there another abbey? Don't think so. Northwest of the abbey. She buried her husband 3 miles to the east, where the Everheart grows. Oh, okay. It's just telling us where the abbey is. Where is the Everheart? Is it a forest? I'm not seeing it. Oh, where the Everheart grows. Okay, so that's a plant. 1, 2, 3. Hey, okay. I misread. A dead tree, its bark cracked and blackened by fire, stands alone on the hillside. Off to one side, a patch of flowers grow on a low mound. Pretty! Pretty, 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 pretty. Oh, light novel. Thank you. Mercenary Enrollment is another Korean series that should get an anime adaptation. People be sipping on him as well. Fuck, I should get a life. Nah. You have a life. What you do with it is what you do with it. Please excuse me, I'm very burpy today. I don't know why. Pink flowers, thanks. So descriptive. Oh my god. Get back here. You little shit. Alright. Cool. Everything's in its place. Everything is its... Well, not everything has a name, but that's okay. Hey! I must thank you. Last night, for the first time in weeks, my mind was calmed. I am no longer tormented by the visions of the woman in the jade mask and that terrible monster. Now I'm wondering if you have some worry less to keep my over-anxious thoughts at bay. I should. Is this it? Hey! Worry less! Confirm. Hop heart. Inhaling smoke from burning. The dried leaves of this plant can provide pain relief. Firm leaves grow up the stems, leading to blue flowers. Firm leaves grow up the stem, leading to blue flowers. Okay. So that is confirmed. Worry less. We have 5 minutes, by the way. Confirmed ones will go over here. Potential ones will go over here. Unsure ones will go over here. Dangerous ones will be over here, I guess. For now. Alrighty. Didn't we get a new one or something? Oh no, we just confirmed worry less. That's okay. Hey, Simone! I met a strange man on the road to Sedberg not 2 days ago. Stranger, he asked after you. He said he had something for you. Don't ask me what. So I told him where to find you, but he looked stricken when I mentioned Undermere. Said he doesn't come near towns at all if he can help it. He was headed west. At least, I think he was. He said he was looking for Winster Sprig. No, Spring. I'll write this down for you. Common trust. Yes. Here you are, my dear. I love you. Man wanted to meet you, headed west from Sedberg, possibly near the source of the River Winster. Alright. Sedberg. Here. Possibly near the source of River Winster. over here. West. So at the tip, maybe? Oh, to the source. Here? Oh. Time to water some plants, I guess. We got 2 minutes, so we'll just water some plants until it's time. I'm kidding. We'll go do this. Head west from Sidberg to the source, possibly near to the source of River Winster. Here? No. Damn. Alright, we got 1 minute. I will not be showing the Nintendo Direct. We'll just go over to our BRB screen, I guess. I will be muting the sound for you guys. And we will watch it together. It'll start in 1 minute. If you need the link, there you go. Here, I'll put text on the screen for y'all, just in case anybody new comes through. And now I'll be going to bed. It's 3:03 for you. Please go to bed! Bedtime, bedtime. Woo! There we go. And it's starting! Let's see how well this goes, I suppose. Ah, that's loud. Ugh. Is this Final Fantasy? Or, not Final Fantasy. Fire Emblems. Three Hopes. Interesting. Is this a sequel to Three Houses? Woo! Oh. I got excited because I thought it was a continuation, but this is just the Breath of the Wild deal. Not Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda, like, thing. I'm not really a fan of these types of games. Bye, Salamander Jumps. Take care. Oh my god, I know Palace is gonna go fucking nuts for that image of her husband there for 2 seconds. Oh my god. Why does Dimitri's voice sound so weird? Interesting. Okay. If I played Dynasty Warriors when I was younger, I'd probably be into it. Yeah, me too. I'm not interested. But the ending there was kind of interesting. But I know at the same time, it's not going to give you that same intensity story-wise. They never fucking do. That's what I want, though. I want that depth. Ugh. The Orange Star Nation? What's an airport again? As a dumb boy. Okay, but like, you don't always need voice acting though. Huh, that's nice. And frenemies. Say you were backed by the military without saying you're backed by the military. Is this No Man's Sky? Yep. That's interesting. Hmm. That game got really good. Yeah. I really wish it could come back from the PR, the really shitty PR that I got at the beginning. But I feel like nobody is. You say you did? I don't know. Whenever I hear people talking about it, it's usually either neutral or negative. But at the same time, I don't really talk about No Man's Sky, so what do I know? Someone in the YouTube chat just said Resident Sleeper. This ain't Twitch, bro. Oh god, another Mario game. Soccer, I see. Because the tennis one went over so well for a day. Oh, poor Luigi. I'm sorry, you put the ball on fire? Nice. Oh my god. What is this narrator? Way heavy on offense. Rah! It's a fucking video game, bro. Sega Soccer Slam. Interesting. Rule the field. Here come Fashion Souls. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn. Wait. Ooh. Huh. I really do hope they fix their damn internet stuff. if they're gonna be doing all this online stuff that they got going on. It's on GameCube. It was pretty fun. That's good. Wait, it was called Sega Soccer Slam, but it was on the GameCube? I don't think they had the culture for that. You're right. Okay, come on. Discord, please, for the love of God. Splatoon! Splatoon! Splatoon 3! I want to get this one. I want Splatoon 3. I have not been able to ever play the other ones except for the demo of the first one. I want this one. I want to be able to play. That looks difficult to deal with. Ah. Oh, wow. Oof. Ah, I see. Oh, you can launch the eggs now! That's awesome! That'll help a lot. Oh, that is a big boy. Oof. Ink. God. Did that say spring of 2022? What's this? Roll bow. Titanfall? Oh. Immediate disappointment. Not that, Titanfall would look good on the Switch, but I like Titanfall. It's a good game. This looks like a teeny little toy version of Titanfall. It's kind of cute. Great storyline. Well, it is Square Enix, so if it's made by Square Enix, then I'll trust that the story is good. They make good stuff. Eraser. Oh my god. Disney literally did make a Mario Kart game? Oh my god. Is that... Oh my god. Just say Mario Kart, but Disney and go. Feel like mecha games are making a comeback. There was also Aegis Rim recently. Yeah, mecha games have been like pretty big lately. I'm not complaining. I enjoy stuff like that. I will never draw fan art for it, but Snake is gonna go nuts. I also won't draw fan art for it, but I can't draw. There's a difference between knowing how to draw, like, furries and stuff like that, and drawing mechs. I'm very good at drawing furries. I'm not very good at drawing mechs. Ah, I've seen people draw really good profiles, but they mostly do it to avoid drawing hands. Yep. Oh, hey, look! More mecha. That good job. Hey, Chrono Cross. Not bad. Another world. Huh. I never have gotten to play Chrono Cross. I'd like to have this be my first experience. Huh. Kirby! Kirby! There's my plush pink little boy. Oh, Angie foxes. Eat. You ate a car? Oh, so many memes are gonna be made about this. What? 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 Vending machine? What the fuck is happening? Light bulb. Bonk. Ooh. Oh my god. Fucking. Is that Dedede? To fucking car. The car. His little leggy. That furry character, though, there's gonna be so much porn. Oh my god. Hello? What? What? Help? Help. But we won't do butt pats because it's gay, and we don't allow gay on the Nintendo. What? I guess because Sora is in Smash now. Oh my god. Connected to the internet. Oh! Oh! Korone is gonna be so happy! She played this a while ago, and she fucking cried at the ending. Oh. Hell yeah. Portal? What? Oh, the companion collection. Okay. I was like, they're legit putting Portal on the Switch? Wait, is it actually? I'm confused. Is it the actual game? Or is it like a mini thing? Either way, fuck cool. What is this? Huh. Oh! Why did that voice sound familiar? Interesting. Man, we have a lot of games, but like, I really just want Dragoon. Legends of Dragoon would be an awesome remake to have. Also, sweet. Man, I miss the sports stuff. Well, those are some interesting character designs. Ugh. I would have to buy new Joy-Cons. Hey, Nintendo, if you're Nintendoing to make a game for the Joy-Con, maybe fix your fucking Joy-Con. Just a suggestion for you. Jeez. They got this from Fall Guys or like the racing car game. Nintendo Friendo. Shuttle what? I was almost out. Score 174. Interesting. They're bots. What the fuck? What are you expecting? Ah. That went out. You played two games. What? Oh my god. Okay. Uh, People in the YouTube chat were like, "Where the fuck is golf?" So, ah, there you go. See, that's good. That's what they should do for all of their games. Ah, ah. Tackle! It's time to ruin my arms again. There's a story. Oh my god! Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Oh, that's so cool. I cannot believe they put fucking Megalovania in there. Toby Fox, you fucking mad lad. Ah. Okay. See, I was about to make the complaint. I wish the games like that included you to be able to download certain songs or whatever, but that including 500 other songs is a good bit. That looks fun. I want it so bad. I love taiko drumming, but the one that I have didn't have many songs in there. So that and I hurt myself by playing for like 3 hours straight. So hey, Cuphead. I'm glad this is getting so much love. They're getting an animated show on Netflix. They're getting a new DLC. Ooh. What? Ah. Ah, there you go. Hey! See, this is good. They're actually leaning into their community. A lot of people enjoy hard modes, and a lot of people need an easier mode. So that was really good on you, Nintendo. Good on you. Wait, Earthbound? Ah! No way! Oh, that's awesome! Yes, please. I've yet to fully experience playing Earthbound myself. I want to do that. I only played a little bit on the Wii U. That was like my friends or my brothers. I don't remember. But I've never gotten to fully play it myself. I want to. I want to experience it. I want Earthbound. Earthbound is actually the reason why I'm so heavily invested in psychological horror games. Because of Gygus. Starman. And the original? Woohoo! Oh, that's awesome! I'm sorry. Did I just see Anime Boy? Zombie Army 4 Dead War. Getsu Fumaden, Undying Moon. Oh, that art style is fucking awesome. Whoa. Okay, Demon Slayer. I know fucking Alex is gonna be all over that. Lego Brawls. I love whatever music they have going for this. 2 Point Campus. Oh, it's like 2 Point Hospital, but on school campuses, I guess. Oh? New Mario Kart news. I guess they have to, considering Disney came out with their own. So they want to, make sure they have all possible competition pretty fucking low. Coconut mauled. Damn. The coconut mall. Hey. That's only 3. Is it $25 for all of them? Oh. Oh, it has to be a certain level of membership. I see. What's this? Oh, what was that? It sounded like she was talking through a wall. Another Xenoblade Chronicles. Interesting. In September. No news on Zelda. That mask thick, but is she? Dab. Well, unless there's some spooky hidden extra bullshit at the end like they like to do. That's it for the Nintendo Direct. Which is kind of unfortunate. I was hoping for at least a little bit of news about the new Zelda, but I guess they're keeping it under wraps for now. Which is a shame. But that's all, I guess. Shall we get back to our strange horticulture? Alrighty. Thank you for your patience while we did this fun little switch up in our schedule. Alrighty. Big sad on a big sword. Yeah. But what can you do? Alrighty. I'm gonna keep this on just in case they do, like, sneakily add in, like, hey. But I highly doubt it will. Conrad Stanway. I'm not long for this world, and I have decided that I want to be buried in a grave decorated with the rare and beautiful Caballia, like a dryer huntsman with their Drantheum-covered tombs. You have Caballia? We have it? Caballia. 6 petals. That's Fennec. Those are all confirmed. I'm glad the Switch emote is getting some use. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we do have the Caballia. I thought it was red. I don't know why. There you go, sir. Peace be with you in the afterlife. Eyebright. I think that was our friend over here that we misinterpreted as our spiky friend over here. Take care not to touch its brightly colored thorns. They will do no lasting damage, but they contain a small amount of venom that will cause severe pain for several days after. Hi, Mousy! A plant that only grows to the south in the warmer climates, where they call it Loeth after a long-dead king. Known to improve eyesight at night in even the darkest places. So I believe that's our friend here. Maybe. I don't know. They aren't brightly colored, actually. Maybe not. We'll wait. Gotta be sure. Oh, hello. Your reputation is growing, horticulturist. I hear you are the person to come to for plants that are difficult to acquire. My head feels like it's being torn in two lately. I'm looking for some hop heart. Firm leaves leading up, grow up the stems leading to blue flowers. Ah, stiff leaves. Perhaps you, my dear? Let's try it. Hey! Copper Caledonian. Plant has a rejuvenation effect, but most who have tried to benefit from its properties, have come to realize that it is a curse, not a blessing. Though you may appear younger, you quickly become more frail and brittle. The red spores that grow that are often growing on it are in fact a type of fungus themselves and not part of the plant. So let's go ahead and label this hop heart. You go over here. I hope you're doing alright today, Mousy. Let's see. Oops. Smooth. Let's see. What was that one that we just saw? Remember to take extra care when dealing with poisonous plants. I accept no responsibility should injury or death occur as a result of misuse of this encyclopedia. Huh. Copper. Caledonian? No. Yes. You. I believe you are my Copper Caledonian. Ow. Caledonian. I'll put that as a purple. It's not deadly, but it's not that great either. Oops. Ah, right, we still need to go here. Forgot about that. Because it was fucking underneath. Let's go here before we forget. Again. Man wanted to head west from Sedberg. Or, man wanted to meet you, headed west from Sedberg. Possibly near the source of River Winster. Which is down here. We've tried these two. Ha! The hermit's camp is easy to find, nestled between two boulders above the spring. The cold remains of a fire ringed by stones is the only immediate sign that anyone is here. I call out, but there is no reply. The hermit is not here. A more thorough search of the campsite yields something interesting. Tucked off to one side, I discover some broken pieces of wood arranged to the floor. Down 2, right 3. I am good. Long day, but I'm done. I keep forgetting to set up a meeting with my one coach person. I'm gonna get done before I fully settle. Good girl. I forgot to move you. Can get pretty closely packed. I'll keep him at the end. There we go. It is so terribly looking unorganized, but what can you do? It's fine. Nice. Okay, so we met here. We need to go, damn it, down to right 3. Oh. Yes. Down 2, 1, 2. The camp at the Winster Spring has led me to another camp of sorts, where I'm greeted by an eccentric man. Oh, yes, yes! The man says, "You must take this, take it, take it!" At his insistence, I receive the looking glass that he thrusts into my hands. He places an envelope delicately on top. It is no use to me anymore. No use. Don't forget the red, the red, the red, the red. Oh, Ebony. I'm sure that he's quite mad. It is said that the red ebony plant has the property of uncovering that which is hidden or secret. I have perfected a device designated or designed to use extract from the plant in concert with the viewing window in order to permit the user to see magics otherwise invisible to the naked eye. Okay. I'm assuming red ebony is a plant that we don't have yet. Verona. Reuben Ward has called on my unique expertise to aid in his investigation at the Swineside Stone Circle. Unique expertise. Ha! He knows how to flatter an old woman when he wants something. I thought about telling him to suck an egg. Gave it a good long thought, actually, but my curiosity has gotten the better of me. He must be desperate if he's coming to me, and I bet they found something juicy down there. Signs of a ritual sacrifice, maybe. I could do with some witch fig to take with me. Always comes in useful. Yeah. Jacobsworth. People tend to be drawn to the unusual flowers of the Jacobsworth, but it is the leaves that have the most interesting properties. It is said they'll point the way towards any person you wish to locate and have been used successfully to find many lost wanderer out in the fells. Which is this one, because the leaves have a mind of their own. Nice. And this one we can adjust. Oops. Ha ha ha. Come on. Thank you. Two new friends. We'll just keep them all up here for now. Nice. Okay. Still need the knocking one, or the unlocking one for that. Can put that away. I have never seen anybody in your shop. It is a daily surprise to me that you're still in business. Believe me, I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to be, especially with that damn cat still here. I need some bishop's parasol for a work-related matter. I don't think I have that. Because the one that I thought it was deconfirmed. I need to look back through my letters. Yeah. I know, but I don't have the knocking one. I didn't think. Okay. Let's go back to hard knock. That was over here somewhere. Hard knock. Hard knot, not knock. Clavelium. We have it? Oops. According to the legend, the Clavelium can be used to open any lock no matter how complex or secure. Oh, so it was this one this entire time. Well. Agoria. When burned, the incense made from woody stem can enhance psychic abilities, strengthening the clarity of visions and prophecies. Light blue flowers, like rounded tufts of gentle lamb's wool, characterize this plant. We have that. It's right here. Alright. Pavilion. And then this one was the Aguria. And then we get 3 more plants. Hey! Mushies! Alright, Bishop's Parasol. Found in dark, damp places, feeding on any light. It can seem to draw light in, enveloping its surroundings in darkness. The underside of this room is milky fluid. Smells rotten. Viscous liquid can be seen oozing from the underside. So that's our Bishop's Parasol. Sometimes called Everheart, the pink flowers that we have right here. We'll go ahead and... Ah! Too many things. Okay, we'll just find it. It's fine. Still no Mikdu. Royal Gentian. Sometimes called Everheart, the pink flower of the Royal Gentian are made up of 2 large kidney-shaped petals. One of the few known ways to release the bind of Swift Snare is to apply paste created from a sap of the Royal Gentian. That's for our mixed party. We'll keep you down here. Smells rotten. Seems to give off a small amount of light. We already have that one, right? Sunset Mount Cap. Yes, okay. Let's go to one place left and see if we can't find anything. But first, must pet the kitty. Okay. What's in Foxfield? Foxfield is a simple and welcoming place. I'm tempted to pay a brief visit to an old friend who is a brewer with his own small tavern in the village. In the end, I decide not to. Plenty to be doing back at the shop. But why not? You were already there. Weirdo. What you got for me? The old man of Coniston looks out across the lake with blind eyes. His mind wanders with the current, floating gently southwards to a fork. Not long after the girl left home, her father wept, but he was so caught up in his own grief that he let her go and did not look for her. Wednesday. Let's see what we can find. Ooh, thunderstorm. Cat lover achievement unlocked. Alright. Show me what you got, game. So we're looking for a fork. Southwards. Across the lake with blind eyes. There are only 2 lakes, or at least 2 labeled lakes. Lake Undermere and Lake Killington Lake. So I assume here? And across the lake with blind eyes, his mind wanders with the current, floating gently southwards towards the fork. What the fuck was that? What is the sound doing? What is happening? Okay. Well, we have a 50-50 shot. I'll go here first. Heavens open up as I reach the fork. I take a moment to pause and listen to the sound of water on water. I'm soaked through, but my spirits are high as I return home. I am not empty-handed. 2 new plants today. Pretty! Pretty purple plants. Let's see what you are, my dear. Dark purple flowers. Light purple flowers. Smell is alluring. Eleanor Brammer. The insects make the salt marshes uninhabitable. They say stay away, and not much grows there, but I know where to find an unusual plant. I've drawn you a map in case you decide it's worth your time. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, so where the river bends and there's an area. So here? Ay. Wait. Ah! I need winter boar. Nope. There you are, my dear. Trantheum, a plant with powerful mind-altering abilities. Those who inhale smoke from burning its sharp-lung leaves elevate their awareness to levels otherwise unachievable. Some know Trantheum as Green Eye, A name derived from the telltale sign of overdose, where even the whites of the eyes take on a green tint. The blue winter saves my skin, but the swirling mass of insects is so thick in places it's hard to see. At length, I come across what I came for and hurry away. Hey! Oh! Pokey! Those thorns look menacing. I'm staying well clear of them. Good idea. We'll put this one up here for now. Looks positively dreadful. Alrighty. What? Oh, jeez. Okay, you. My other ones are over here. We'll organize this better. Oh, you don't have a name. We'll leave you down here then. It's fine. So, let's go ahead and take the time to reorganize. I want things to be in order. The game is lagging for whatever reason. Okay, so Arguria is first, and then Bishop's Parasol. Too many plants per frame. That's the game's fault. Let's see. Brimlock. I have that one. Did I not label it? I didn't! You! Oh shit, get over here. Alright, and then Butterdale, which is this one. Cabalia. And then Candlewood. Lavellum. What was that again? Common Trouse. Copper Caledonium. Donian, excuse me. Dranthium. I adore it too! It's so comfy. Okay, we'll skip it for now. Eyebright. I don't think we have. We did get a new one. Brightly colored thorns. They will do no damage. Yeah, let's say this one is the Eyebright. Question mark. Oh, but I will do this one. Okay. Oops. Haha. I don't think we've gotten Farmer's Worry yet. Spongy mushroom with potent abilities, only safe to consume in small quantities. Yeah, we haven't gotten that one yet. Fever Kiss, that's just all the way to the right. Wait. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Forest Camphor. Fox button. There you are. Oops. Gandy root. Gilded dendra. Gray sandfire. Harlequin blue. Enchuck. I don't think we have. It's a bulb. Bulbous. Yeah, I don't think we have this one. Maybe. Tuberous boob. Tuberous boob. Tuberous bulb. Has an unusual structure, growing in bursts that give it a striped appearance when cut open. When the outer layer hardens, it turns blue-green when it's ready to harvest. No? The fruit of the henchuck. I think sometimes you read what you want to read. I'm thinking about boobs. Except I'm really not. My mouth just has a mind of its own. Hot part. I know I have that over here. Jacobsworth. Lady of Summer. Lemon Dandy. Oops, wrong way. Mary's Breath. Make Do, we still don't fucking have. Mellow Glow. Bennett. Ren. Royal Gentia. Shimmerlong. Where did that go? Where's my Shimmerlong? Oh, here. I'm dummy. St. Poppy. Dorian is over here. You. And then Sunset Mount Cap. Wandering Boo. Winter Boar. Witch Fig. And Worry Less. Now all we have is these ones that we don't have labeled. Hooray! Awesome. Everything in its place, and every place has its thing. That little shit is gonna move, though. Bethany! Thank you for your help and discretion earlier. The Sisterhood is grateful, but the news that the Arda was poisoned with gilded dendra has everyone worried. A temporary acting Arda is panicking. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but one of the sisters has gone missing. A runaway child, Thea, that we took in a few years ago. We were trying to find her and her sister Charlotte. And Sister Charlotte remembered that Jacobsworth plant said to help locate people. I got good news for you. Solomon's Scepter. Also known alarmingly as Hell's Gate and sometimes Solomon's Scorn, the flowers of the plant are commonly used in witchcraft and other satanic practices. Many sweet-smelling small flowers grow along the stem. Ha ha ha. Methinks it's you, my dear. Purple for you, because you're a sneaky little son of a gun. So, after Shimmerlong. Delightful. Arthur Cook. It's my wife's birthday, and I wanted to get her something special. There was a plant that she used to love as a child, but hasn't been able to find in any in years. It's sort of bulb-like and has a strong smell, but strong in a good way. And oh, the flower is more like lots of little flowers. That sounds like our friendly bulb. What was it? Henchuck? Henchuck. Oh, forest camphor. Really? I guess it is a bulb at the bottom. Never mind. Dennis! We've had our eye on you for some time now. Oh? Join us. Praise the Dendru. Oh, never mind. I represent a group called the Seeds of Redemption. Your expertise would be very useful to us, and we have much to offer in return. Let us know we can count on you by leaving a single St. John's poppy flower outside the Sadgil Church before Friday. Do not make the mistake of ignoring us. Praise the Dendru. Henchuck destroys your memory. Yep. Not yet. I was very in the wrong there. It's fine. I don't even have any Henchuck to give him anyways. Verona! I've returned from Swineside. I must admit I was hoping for more to go on, but there were certainly signs of a ritual having been performed at the Stone Circle. And the poor victim, well, the less said about him, the better. Reuben had it right, though. Grisly. I have the beginnings of a theory, but I'd like to run some tests on a sample of gilded dendra. Where are you, my love? Boop. Maiden's Sorrow. Rubbing the soft leaves on this plant between one's finger and thumb is said to help prevent the mind from wandering, providing a focusing effect. The flowers of this plant droop mournfully, but it has thorns along the stem that are thought to lead to its name. Ah. You. Are you gonna join the Holy Order? Well, considering I already know what happens that you did not. Kind people. Good people, I swear. Oh, what was this one again? Something sorrow? Maiden sorrow. Before Mary's breath. I think I might go with them. I don't know. Normally I don't really go for a bad route, but I've already seen your route, so. Anne Wood. My aunt died 2 weeks ago, and I inherited her house. I've been sifting through her possessions, and last night I found something unusual. In a forgotten corner of the attic I found a coffin. More unusual still, it was bound by strong vines, so strong that I could not cut through them. I immediately thought of your shop. You know about plants, right? You bet your butt I do. Elder Finium. Plants. The petals of this flower can be brewed to create an antidote to Dendra's miasma, a deadly poison that causes the blood to slowly turn black, eventually resulting in painful death. It has an intoxicating scent, similar to that of Solomon's Scepter. I have Solomon's Scepter. So it's an alluring smell. That's unpleasant, sweet. Sweet scent. Potentially that one. So what was that one again? Elderfinium. Hmm. No, they're not entirely similar. Well, we'll find out. At some point, I'm sure. I love you, Hellboy. Such a good kitty. Oops. Sorry. Oops, I forgot to go leave the St. John's poppy. Oh well. 5 miles south of the tallest, but one, it grows in peace in the midday sun. Before she left, she returned to her hiding place and carefully retrieved the book, her excitement building as she did. She couldn't articulate what was so alluring to her about the book, but by now it had become an obsession. Good morning, Hellboy. You piece of shit. Back in your spot. "5 miles south of the tallest but one." It grows in peace in the midday sun. The dense fog obscures my way. I stumble out onto the great slab, a tilted sheet of rock that seems to slope off the abyss below. Moss, lichen, and tufts of grass flourish in the cracks, but little else. Okay, so no go on that one. Time to water. Alright, oops. Let's try this again. 5 miles south. I'm a dumbass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Forest is lush here and vibrant. The birdsong feels enchanting like the call of sirens. Nestled in the undergrowth under the shade of a birch tree, a plant grows. A large blue flower with an odd protrusion. Striped appearance when cut open. Blue-green. Nah. It's okay. We'll be over there with friends. They all love and support you. Alright. Right. We need to go deal with this. Outside the Sad Guild Church. Oops. God damn it. Okay, Sad Guild Church. Where are you, mine dear? Church. Castle. Ah. Here? Church isn't hard to find. In the small hamlet of Sadgill, this must be the place. Anne! I was able to strip away the Swiss snare's vines and lift the lid. With more than a little trepidation, I'll admit. To my relief, but also disappointment, the coffin contained nothing but dust. At least, that's what I thought at first, but when I looked closer, I discovered an amulet embedded in the grey ash. On the back of the amulet, it says, with Solomon's scepter, I await. Solomon's scepter, that's a plant, right? It is indeed, but why would you trust an amulet? Sometimes called Witch's Remedy, the long vericund is believed to lift curses. Small leaves grow in pairs along the stem. Small leaves grow in pair along the stem. I'll say that this might be our vericund. It was lady, right? Oh, long, not lady. Vericund. After the lemon dandy. So we'll just shift everything down one. Nice. I heard a shepherd got killed by some wild beasts up near Swineside Stone Circle. They say it slaughtered half his flock as well. People around here don't seem too bothered, but it's got them panicked down in Foxfield Way. Anyway, here's your mail. Kentmere Eye. Here's Kentmere. Oh yeah, this thingy. Oh, nope. Never mind. I thought I had it. I did not. Let's spend some time inside with our plants who love us very much and don't hate us at all. Yo, what'd you miss? We watched the Nintendo Direct, and we've joined a cult. Nothing new. Nothing interesting. Cult good. Debatable. From Kentmere, I follow the bearing of the eye and end up in the small forest north of Kendal. The woods are thick with briar and brambles, but amongst the tangled undergrowth I find a flower that is flourishing. Berries. Achievement unlocked. Mystery solved. Thin leaves and small purple-red berries. Is this the potion game? No. That's potion craft. This, I actually enjoy a little bit more than potion craft, not gonna lie. Well, this is getting interesting. I was able to confirm that it was indeed gilded dendra that was used at the Swineside ritual site. And it's a worrying sign. It's a plant that is used in several of the darker incantations. And it can't be a coincidence that the very same plant was used to poison the Arda. There must be a connection between this other murder and the Sisterhood. I need some mental clarity to think it through some more. Some maiden sorrow would help a lot. Maiden sorrow. Ah! Hey, get over here. So this is fantasy papers, please? No. This is you're an herbalist at a shop with unusual plants. Otherwise known as strange horticulture. You help people, or you can join a cult like I did, and potentially harm people. And a cat named Hellboy. He's a good boy. Red Ebony! We need that. And we have it. So, in this game, you identify plants, and you can use them as you see fit when you need to help others. Or when some choices arise, you can maybe not help others. Was it with an E or no E? No E. Yes, it is a murder mystery. I said that in the Discord. After Fennett. Here, yes. Everything shifts down one. Ruben! What's up, my dude? Looks like I'm gonna have to make a trip back to Blackcomb. Verona noticed something at the Swineside site that had me pondering. Piece of slate with a symbol drawn in black. Joe, you're a dweeb. Can't think of anywhere else to go around there that you'd get slate from. That and Bradley Miller keeps insisting that he saw something up at Blackcomb. Then again, Bradley Miller does claim that Fairy stole his wheelbarrow. If I'm going to spend the night out there in the hills, I want to take some Eyebright with me. That should be this one. Wouldn't want anyone sneaking up on me on the dark. You asked for it. Rather, Joe asked for it. Wild coal. Purple berries are recommended by physicians in place of the hair of the dog mentality as a tonic for those suffering from the effects of having drunk too much at night. Give me 1 second. I need to get a hangnail on my finger. There are some who consider wild coal a sacred plant, perhaps owning to its rarity, and claim that it's bad luck to pick berries from it. That would be our little friend here. I already forgot the name. Almost got it. Almost got it. There it is. Wild coal. I'm good at names. I'm not even gonna fucking try to pretend. Before Winterbore. Perfect. Hello, you have green eyes. Has it ever stopped raining in Undermere? You have a reputation in town for knowing about unusual plants. I need some grey sandfire. Nobody around here seems to even know what I'm talking about, but I hope I'm in the right place now. Ember Soul is thought to have protective properties. It is sometimes given in offering to various deities in return for sanctuary. Produces flowers with many petals. Watch out for the leaves. They're razor sharp. Many petals. I love you, Hellboy. Let me pet you. Thank you. Gods care about flowers. It's less about the flowers and more about an offering. Let's see. Let's go over here. Okay, never mind. Fuck you too. Oh wait, Red Ebony. We have that now. Ah. Achievement unlocked. Hidden texts. Wait. So now... Shut up. Ha! Now we can see hidden messages. Elderfinium grows here. I don't have Elderfinium, do I? Where'd that be? After Dranthium, before Ember Soul. Copper Caledonium. Oh, I need to change that text. There we go. So, no, I don't have Elderfinium. Okay. I feel like it goes faster if you don't water the plants. I don't have the herbs you were looking for, but there's this cool rock I found called PlayStation. I'll take it. Alright, let's go get the Elderfinium. Whoever wrote this on my map has been very helpful. I would never have thought to come out this desolate place in search of a plant life, but a quick search yields exciting results. Elderfinium. And then it goes between here. Nice. Yeah, it slows down while not watering. It's slowly gaining speed. It's hard to see the difference, but if you stare at it, it really slows down while you're watering. And then we'll go to the Great Oak here. Huge tree stands before me, impossibly tall and wide, bigger than I could have ever imagined any living thing might be. Its upper branches graze the sky. Nothing. Okay. Well, that was a waste of return. Potion seller! I'm going into battle and I need your strongest potions. You can't handle my strongest potions. Nay, I will not sell to ye. Potion master, please. Potion seller, excuse me. I've been watering this for a while. Good lord. Huh? Huh? What was that noise? There it is. The memorial bears the name Swaif Pryor. It stirs a memory. He was one of the Dreyer. Theirs is a lonely life, at the mercy of a dangerous addiction. They built a tolerance to the Dranthium sap in childhood, that they might benefit from its potent effects. They will die if they stop taking it. An unusual plant grows sparsely around the memorial. Swaif Dryer, 1786 to 1832. Purple leaves, purple flowers, long thin leaves that bear surprisingly sharp edges. No. 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 But we have one that talked about sharp leaves. Where is it? No. Ah, here, Ember Soul. Many leaves, many petals. The leaves are razor sharp. Oops. Produces flowers with many petals. Watch out for the leaves, they're razor sharp. Maybe not? Those aren't petals, per se. We'll give it a question mark for now. First question mark I've had in a while. Anything else? Huh? Oh. Neat. Keep thinking the blue underneath is something. Nice. Let's put the small ones over here and then the big ones up there. Organization makes me sane. Nice. Cool. Lowick to Illigil Head, or Ilgil Head. Foxfield to Crinkle Crags. At first she felt free, but it wasn't long before the reality of her situation began to take its toll. She stole food while she was hungry, and slept in makeshift shelters. not knowing where she was going, not caring. Eventually, she made her way to Grisdale Forest. It's like perpetual. Okay, there we go. It was like loading for a very long time there. Oof. Lowick to Ilgilhead. Lowick to Ilgilhead. A card on it? What? I don't see it. Help. I seriously don't see it. What the hell? Boodle. Sorry, I just really like the word boodle. Am I blind? I have to be. What is an Ilgilhead? I don't know where the fuck it is. Here's Lowick. Here's Crinkle Crags. We can do the second one. Crinkle Crags is here. Foxfield is here. And then Lowick is here. Oh! Here. It just doesn't look like an I. It looks like an A. God. Okay. So Lowick to Ilgilhead. And then Foxfield to Crinkle Crags is about here? Yeah. Magpie sees me before I see it. I do not know how long it has been watching me, but I can tell that it is interested in my movements. A strange sensation creeps over me, and I feel the urge to leave this place, but not before collecting a plant for further study. One for sorrow. Turning to leave, I see another magpie, and another plant I've never seen before. Two for joy. They messed up my lineup! Heck. You! Oh my god. You are after the sunset cap. Get back in your fucking spot. You little shit. Okay. Flowers have a delicate scent, purple turning pink at the ends. That's really close. Purple flowers with a gentle scent. Many purple flowers in this game. I wonder if the creator really likes purple. Hello. You are wise to pledge your support to the seeds of redemption. Together, we are stronger. Now that the Dendru has awoken, the redemption is upon us. It is a glorious time. Our deeds will be remembered for 1,000 years. Those of us who have put our faith in the woken Dendru will be saved, but we must act swiftly. We will be in touch soon. Praise the Dendru. Is it just me? Or is it really weird that his face and neck are like 2 different colors? A man who claims to represent a group known as the Seeds of Redemption. He grew up nearby Gosforth, but it's rumored that he spent some time living in the Rydal Cave. It is not clear what happened in the intervening years, but by that time he came to Undermere. He had dedicated his life to the one he calls the Woken Dendru. Oh, hey! My mind is clouded, dark. The it and it sees me. All of me. Elder Finium is the answer. It must be. I will not forget those who helped me, horticulturist. We just got that. There you are, my dear. Larkshine. Larkshine is a plant with a powerful defense mechanism. It releases stinging barbs triggered by a light touch. The pain is said to be unbearable and can last for several days. Sometimes, confusingly, called kidney flower. It is thought to be a reference to the kidney-shaped seeds held within the spiny pods that grow on this plant. Nah, I don't have any spiky stuff yet. I have so many named plants, though. I'm so happy. Next. Oh! My mum was into horticulture. I found this among her things. Golden light. That's a plant, right? I'm not sure what long Meg could mean, though. Is it another plant? Anyway, I thought you should have it, just in case it's any help. She loved the shop. Golden light. Start at Long Meg. South 3, East 2. Okay. Season 3, Episode 2. It's a weird spot to start at. Let's see. Start at Long Meg. I'm not good at looking for things on the map. I don't think it's on the map. I don't. Golden light is the plant. We're supposed to start at Long Meg and then go south 3, east 2. But what is Long Meg? I don't know. We'll have to do that later, I guess. I don't know. Anne! You look old. Help me! The amulet. I can't remove it and it's drawing life from me. I told you about those stairs, bro. I told you not to listen to a fucking amulet. Long Verikund. Up here? Where is it in the book? After Lemon Dandy. I don't have it? I apparently have it somewhere, and I just haven't labeled it. Ah, right. To lift curses. You, my dear. I can feel it working. Thank you. Caldery. The uses of Caldery are not well known. Some say it has applications in dark magic, but this author has found neither substance nor specifics to back up those claims. Those who worship the huntress Arduina place the flower as an offering to ensure a successful hunt. It grows from a thin stem with small leaves. Thin stem, small leaves. I thought I had Long Verkund labeled somewhere. How weird. Because I remember mistyping that. What happened? Because I remember putting a U instead of an E. What did I label? I am confusion. Either way, this goes after the Lemon Dandy. Okay. Way less. Sunset story and blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Ah, you. You are not the Long Verkund. I knew I labeled something else. Get back over there. Interloper. Even though it's my fault. Alright. Amos Duncan. Good to see you, my friend. Oh, you're from the notes! You've been on the road so long, I started to wonder if you were still on the other end of the letters I'd been sending. I'm back in town for a few days, though, and I wanted to give you these before I forgot. Found them in the pocket of an overcoat that belonged to your uncle. Why am I going into so many different accents? Oh my god! I almost threw them away, but I thought the symbols on them might mean something to you. Thank you! Oh, that goes with the... Not here. This. And these go with those. Let's see. That. Let's go in order, I guess. We'll have this one in front. Oh, wait. Aha. Like before, with the map. Where they fit together like puzzle pieces. No. Yes. Well, Is that better? No. This fits perfectly. Ah, here we go. Okay, so This one. This one. 4. Down. 3. Ah, ha ha. Secrets achievement unlocked. Devil's Nightcap. This plant is known colloquially as a corpse's friend. If ingested as a seed, it will start a slow, agonizing death, and the plant will grow out of the body once deceased. It has a light, pleasant scent, not dissimilar to the pine needles. Boiling the root in vinegar creates a tonic against fevers and poisons. Aha! Trimplehuff. The trimplehuff is traditionally used as a decoration at weddings, as it is thought to strengthen relationships. A cross-section of the small cup-like flowers, they generally point downwards to avoid filling with water and allow easy access for pollinating insects. Here. A briar's disc, often called a smuggler's disc, is a simple device that can be used to send coded messages, the location of cached cargo, for example. The principle is cuttingly straightforward, but the code is undecipherable to prying eyes. Both parties must be in possession of a disc to identical size with the same symbols etched around its edge, and a map. Wait, you mean this? To encode a location, you would then place the disc over some named point. Yeah, it is talking about this. On the map nearby, and note whatever symbol is pointing to the location. It may be necessary to string multiple symbols together, but you can use this method to reach any other point on the map as required. So basically, it's just telling us what we did earlier with Kent Mere Eye, where I put it over Kent Mere and went over to the eye. Robert Barrow's Medicinal Herbology, Black Hall Road, Kendall. And then Gosforth, 1813. Oh, it goes up there. I'm gonna put them in order over here, just so I know immediately. It's very distressing that this won't go into clues. It's fine. It's fine. Simone! I have no idea what any of this means, but it seemed like something you might find interesting. I found it while clearing out the nook of the east wing. Thank you, I love you. Made from the crushed petals of 3 distinctive plants, Baylock's elixir is a potent aid to memory, allowing those who drink it to ensure that they will retain important information that they will never forget. Care must be taken after drinking, however, to avoid the fate of Grey Gale, who slowly lost her mind after taking Baylock's and staring at a blank wall for 12 hours. Oh. Oh no. Okay, so it's certain plants. That kind of looks like fennel. That has 2, not 1. Improve eyesight. Maybe not. But it's pretty damn spot on. No, that doesn't have any little ones. No, that's just all little ones. Maybe... And that's just a repellent. That's 4 or 5. Ow. Oh! This one has 2. Okay, so whatever that last one is. Potentially... Pyrite? I don't know. Pop heart? No. Meh. Well, I think we've got this one down at the very least. In Tibet, a noble elder stood silently watching starry skies. A young woman alone in the world, she was taken by the sisterhood and given a home. It was a chance for redemption, a new start. In Tibet, a noble elder stood silently watching starry skies. Alright. So, north, east, south, south, west, south, south. North, east, south, south, west, south, south. I find myself on a patch of moorland, surrounded by jagged peaks and menacing clouds. A distinctive plant stands out against the swaths of purple heather. And there, another. God damn it! I keep forgetting to move the camera. Get out. And where did my wandering boo go to this time? Dick. Alright. Deep blue flowers. Quite beautiful, really. It has a pleasant, fresh aroma. Oh! You, my dear, are exactly what I was looking for. And then this one. Just blue flowers. Okay, so we have 2 out of the 3, I think, for the Balok's elixir. Nice. Albor, good morning. Hello. Simone, my love. Long Meg. Sorry, I've not heard of it, but I'll keep an eye out for you in the library. As long as you can get me some fever kiss, that is. Too many late nights at the library are taking their toll. Here you are, my love. Mountain Astery. Promotes an aura of confidence and persuasiveness. The large cup-like flowers produce a stale, damp smell. Large cup-like flowers produce a stale smell. How is the colander biz treating you? I don't know what a colander is, but the business is going fine. We have many plants. And only some unidentified. And this one's questionable, so I'm keeping it by itself for now. Ah! Back up there. Okay. Boing! David! Good to see you, bud. There's talk around town of a woman who wears a green mask made of jade. Yeah, I've seen her. There are all sorts of oddballs in Undermere, but that's certainly unusual. Bye, David. Be safe. It was supposed to be cocaine. Ah, I see. Beckfoot candle. Oops. You. Where's Beckfoot? Beckfoot, Beckfoot. There you are. I just had to start singing its name. The candle leads me to the east of Vostvater. To the north of the mighty Scafell Pike grazes the sky, the tallest peak in England. The challenge beckons me. Perhaps another time. Ooh! There's our spiky friend that we have a piece for. I just forget its name, so I will have to scroll through. My apologies. It's always fun knowing what it is immediately. Larkshine. Ooh, wait. That needs to be a purple. And it is after the Lady of Summer. So after you, so we'll put it at the front here. Shift everything down one. Nice. I'll put you and you away. Robert Barrow's Medicinal Herbology, Black Hall Road, Kendall. Keep that in there for now. Forrest! Hey, bud. Been talking to people around town, trying to learn as much as I can about this beast that is rumored to have been seen in these parts. In the old world, they called this thing the Servant, but the people here seem to have forgotten that name. Except the group calling themselves the Seeds of Redemption. Hi, I'm part of that! They are something I did not expect. They have made it clear they want me to stay away from the Servant. They seem to worship it. But I'm getting distracted. My Dranthium supplies are low. I need more. Dranthium? I don't think I have that. We do? Ah, it must be you then. Glad I've had that as a question mark. Palliance. Most plants offer a small improvement to air quality, but the Palliance is a class of its own. It is sometimes called sweet breath thanks to the freshness of the air in its vicinity. The many short leaves of this plant are thought to help filter toxins from the surrounding air. Dranthium is after Copper Caledonian. Which is you? Yeah. We're getting quite full over here. We might have to start tidying up like these spots where they're a bit more enclosed. That's okay. So if that one was Dranthium, or Danthium, according to my spelling, then is the other one Embersoul, like I thought? No, that's the Long Verkund, right. So I was just plain wrong about this one. Ha! Nothing new. Hey Ruben, what's up? I crept around Black Comb 2 nights ago in the pitch black. That eyebright is some potent stuff. I could see clear as day. Up on the fell, I found a shallow pit full of skulls. Some deer, fox, badger, some human. There was an eerie silence about the place, and every part of me was screaming to get out of there. Back down in the flat, I heard a terrible noise, like an axe maker's whetstone, but unmistakably animal. High on the ridgeline, I saw a cowled woman wearing a jade mask watching me, and beside her, something dark, inhumane, bloody huge. I don't mind admitting that I was out of my depth in this one. I'll need to speak to Verona again. While I'm here, I'll grab some wild coal for my pounding head. You'd have been out drinking too if you'd seen what I did. That's fair. Norwood. A bite of the crunchy root of this plant has the effect of a cold bucket of water thrown over the face, an unpleasant sensation accompanied by a sharp focus. It is claimed that Norwood releases spores that are invisible to the naked eye, allowing them only to show up under unnatural light. Don't think I have anything like that. But we'll keep an eye out. Michael Bennett. My neighbor has a foul-smelling mushroom that she says can ward off evil spirits. It's a horrible little thing that attracts flies, but I'd rather that than sit and do nothing. There's something very strange out in these woods. This one? Let me double check and make sure first. Are you supposed to be there? I think so. Yeah, Trimblehuff. No. Wandering. Wait. Sunset Mount Cap. Yes. There you go. Thanks for stopping by. I hope I get paid for these things. There's no sense of monetary trade at all. Hi, baby. Verona! Poor Reuben. He looks a little worse for wear this morning. He took it hard when his wife died and never did quite give up on the drink. I think now I know what the ritual performed at the stone circle. It all adds up. It was a summoning spell. Someone called to something across the void and tried to bring it here, and with the state of that body all torn to shreds, I'd say they succeeded. And then the Gilded Dendra. That really got me thinking. I found this in Dr. Worthing's Bestiary, a little light reading for you. I'm headed to Grisdale Forest again. The Sisterhood will know more. That's bad. Void stuff is usually maximum spooks. Yeah, usually. Appy juice. It has many names. Some call it the Woken Dendru, believing it to be related to some way to the deadly Gilded Dendru plant. Others call it the Night Stalker, the Miasma, or the Dread. but the most common name for it in the Shires is the servant. You'll have heard of it in children's songs such as Keep the Fire Burning and Servant and Master. And there are hints of it in the older stories, but nobody alive has seen it in the flesh. It is said that the dead ground northeast of Tibet, where nothing but black digitatus mortis grows, was caused when the servant last walked their lands hundreds of years ago. Northeast of Tibet. Can do, buckaroo. Northeast. There's a wide area of blackened ground where it here is known to the locals as Dead Man's Field. Dark mushrooms protruding from the soil like fingers reaching out from the grave. Fingers! I love you. You're the best cat, I love you. Oops, sorry. Whoopsie doodles. A blank card. Okay. Every day, she attentively followed the teachings of the Arda. Every day, she patiently performed the tasks given to her. Every day, thoughts of the book itched away at the back of her mind. Sunday. What do you want me to do with a blank card? Oh. A secret uncovered is a secret no more. 2 miles north of Foxfield. One, two. 3 ravens above, a circle above, their caws and croaks cleaving the silence. An omen. I take what I came for and leave. God damn it. That's a weird looking plant. It's quite easy to cut oneself in the jagged leaves, I have just found out. Oh. Oh, she accidentally cut herself. Oops. Spiky. No, that's Butterdale. Go all the way at the back. What was it? I always forget. Oh, here. No, that's Jacobsworth. The ones that are really sharp leaves. Here, Ember Soul. It is after Elderfinium. Ah, here. You! Wait. You! Fucker. Quit moving! Alright, oh, we don't have that one. I don't think we have any of these either. Oh wait, these two are for the thingamabob. I got 20. Ah! David! One from your librarian friend today. Thanks. Always gotta check. In reference to your question the other day about the Long Meg, I'm afraid I do not have an answer, but Calder Abbey has a wealth of knowledge on local lore. If you ever go there, the monks will request a plant from you, but they won't tell you what they want. A sort of test. They never allowed me in there to look through their stacks. Simone. Okay, so Calder Abbey. That's up here. A small window opens within a much larger oak door. From the darkness within, a voice proclaims, "Only a friend may enter." Fox button, right? Friendship between strangers, yep. So next to the candy root. There you go. Yay. Sheep snap. The sheep snap is thought to bring good fortune when prepared correctly. The green seed pods of a sheep snap have a hard outer shell with a hollow and sound hollow when tapped. To the south, they call this plant bulbs of Bayonne. Bayonne. Excuse me. The hatch snaps shut, and the oak door swings inward slowly without a sound. I am ushered in by a man wearing a plain brown robe. He nods silently when I ask about the Long Meg, and leads me through the abbey to a small library filled with scrolls and books. Without a word, he pauses for a moment, surveying, before selecting a scroll and handing it to me. Regarding Long Meg, there is a stone circle north of Undermere. According to local legend, some hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years ago, a witch is known as Long Meg lived nearby along with her daughters. They were wild, godless people who practiced evil magic until one night they went too far and Meg and her daughters were turned to stone. The tall stone that stands apart from the main circle is called Long Meg by the locals. Okay. Tall stone that stands apart from the main circle is called Long Meg. Hurry up. Stone circle. Tall stone that stands apart. Circle of ancient rhyolite boulders have been a site of ritual importance for hundreds of years. A lone pillar of red sandstone stands off to the side. Okay, so that wasn't it. Tall stone stands apart from the main circle is called Long Meg by the locals. Stone circle north of Undermere. Yeah. I guess it should be the mountain, yeah? I wanna go places. Why do your damn plants get bored? Then you wanna leave this place. Please. Okay. Tarn crag? I reach the top of the crag in double quick time. Below me, the tarn glistens and shimmers in the sunlight, enticing me with its deep blue hue. All around me, the fells ripple into the distance. After searching high and low for anything of significance, I decide enough is enough and head back. Fuck! There's a stone circle north of Undermere. According to local legend, some hundred, perhaps even thousands of years ago, a witch known as Long Meg lived nearby with her daughters. They're wild, godless people who practice evil magic until one night they went too far and Meg and her daughters turned to stone. The tall stone that stands apart from the main circle is called Long Meg by the locals. Oh! Wait, I'm dumb. We were supposed to go south and east from Long Meg. Because I'm an idiot. Dummy. Ugh. Got so focused on finding Long Meg. Forgot the point of it all. Like a dummy. Long Meg. South 3, east 2. The river is in its youth here, flowing swiftly through the rocks with a melodic gurgle. Among the tall grasses that line the river bank is much more unusual looking flower. Is a much more unusual looking flower. It looks sad! Red flowers, soft leaves. Okay. Verona! Welcome back. I'm gonna take a sippy real fast. Sister is trying my patience. If the old Arda was around, she's not. They've kept secrets for hundreds of years. If there's a time to share them, it is now. They know of a way to defeat the servant, some ritual or weapons or something, but their stubborn pride won't let them ask for help. Well, I won't sit idly by and do nothing. I'd better have a chat with this new Arda. And I will take some mountain asteries to me. Oh, take some mountain astery with me. I can talk. Blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Oops. Large cup-like flowers produce a stale, damp smell. Okay. Anything that doesn't have... Yeah, this is the only one that doesn't have a check mark. That card for the medicinal plant shop. Oh, this one. Oops. Rubber barrows, medicinal herbology. Okay, hang on. There's too much shit. Okay. Black Hall Road, Kendall. Is there a Black Hall Road or Kendall? Blackfoot, Lowood, Ilgil Hill, or Head, Cosforth, Calder Abbey, Ericmont, Castle, Pike, Balfolk, Crags, Risland, Back Barrow, Back Barrow, Back Barrow? Wait, Barrow. Oh, Barrow. Inside. Enmore. Kendall. Find the medicinal herbology shop off the Black Hall Road. I know you, says the man behind the counter. Robert Barrow, presumably. You're the owner of the strange horticulture. 2 hours after a lengthy and engaging discussion, covering a variety of botanical subjects, we decide on a trade. Turns out Robert is a collector of unusual fungi, and I have just the thing for him. Yes, I do. Wow, he gave you 3 plants in return? Hang on. No. Damn you! I moved specifically so it wouldn't do that to me. Purple flowers, long leaves. An overpowering, sickly sweet scent. Distinctive smell reminds me of musty old books! That is the stale smell one we've been looking for. Ah! Shit. Okay. So, we'll put this away for now so I don't accidentally keep clicking on it. Let's go through the list of what we do have. We'll start from the beginning. Caballia should not be at the front. Hello? What was that there? Agra, Bishop's Parasol, Brimlock, Butterdale, Caballia, Candlewood, Caldery. Don't have Caldery? Caldery. Yeah. We'll put a question mark on it just in case. Put it as purple because it's questionably good. Here. We'll start squeezing in a little bit more on the shelves. Common Trouse. Where is my Trouse? Where is my Trouse? Where is my Trouse? Why are you over there? No. Copper Caldonium. Caldonian. Devil's Night Trap. Colloquy Corpse's Friend. Not dissimilar to my needles. Light pleasant scent, not dissimilar to pine needles. Light pleasant scent. I guess we just don't have that one yet. Dranthium. Oops. Elderfinian. Nimb. Embersoul. Eyebright. We do not have Farmer's Worry yet. Fever Kiss. Forest Camp Free. Where did you go? Why are you over there? What that? Fox Button. Gandy Root. Hop Heart. No. Kill the Dendra. Why is everything shifted? Oi! Harlequin Blue. Penchuck we don't have. Hop Heart. Jacob's Worth. Lady of Summer. Where did you go? There you are. Boy. Where? Oh. Jacob's Worth. Larkshine. It's down here. Lemon Dandy. Long Verkund. Maiden Sorrow. Mary's Breath. Make Do we still don't have. We haven't had any say that it hurts to touch. Mellow Glow. Mountain Astery. Ah, you. After Mellow Glow. Alliance. Oh, yeah. Oh, you! You're my Norwood. Alrighty. You are here. You can shift over. We'll just have that over there for now. Oops. We'll have this shifted to the left. Nice. Okay. Pardon me for the wait. It is very important to... Ooh, I have that one. This one. Weeping Bell. A plant that is believed to lead to gold. You'll have about as much luck searching for the end of a rainbow. The soft-frilled leaves can soothe insect bites and stings. It is also known as golden light and sometimes fool's hope. What was the name of that one again? Weeping Bell. After my wandering one. Nice. Very good, very good, very good. Let's go ahead and shift one over in each one. Oops. Nice. Hi, Hellbore. Thomas Green, I finished the designs you have asked me to work on. Be very careful in wrapping these. Some of the glasswork is quite delicate, and I have taken great care transporting them. My lab equipment is finally here. I will now be able to brew elixirs using ingredients from my plants. Sick! So these two that I have... Where is that paper? Eh? Oh. Hello. Spring wax cap, sometimes fatal, can usually be cured by taking hop heart boiled in vinegar. Sunset mount cap, generally not fatal in small doses. Use crushed leaves from sour bandy to cure. Bishop's parasol, often fatal, can be remedied using the sap from lemon dandy. Copper Caledonian, often fatal, no known cure. Farmer's worry, often fatal, an antidote can be made from royal gentian. Good to know. Where is my paper that I had? Hi, Shadows. Oh, there it is. Thank you. So this one is last. This one is second. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. 3, 3, 3. Okay, so it is 3 or 9. But I feel like this won't work. Oh, it did! Fuck yeah! You messed up my line, though. God. Put elixirs up here. Elixir. Didn't we have one that's similar to that plant? You. I have this labeled as Solomon's Scepter, and I think it's been confirmed. Sweet-smelling flowers grow along the stem. Overpoweringly sickly sweet scent. Saccharine, almost. Okay. Bethany, my girl. What's up? The new Arda wouldn't like me being here, but the forest is in danger. I spoke with Verona Green earlier. It's bad. The Dendru has awoken, then it will come for us. You must place an offering at the altar of Arduina. Bouquet. Where in the hell is this? Oh? Forest, mountain. Here? Yeah! Seems Beth has been able to keep her fellow sisters away from this part of the forest. For at least now. The trees are thick here, old too. The altar seems to belong here, as much a part of the forest as the gnarled trunks and twisting roots. I must place an offering to the goddess Arduina. Oh, I have a choice? Oh, I like choices. Let me read. Offering to various deities in return for sanctuary or caldery. For Arduina specifically. I want to see what happens when you give Ember Soul. A vellum. And the scent this produces is considered overpowering by some, but it's said to stimulate senses and rejuvenate aching bones. The vellum has many short, pretty leaves. Nah, nothing there. Natalie Cooper. Isn't that an actress? I'm being harassed by loonies shouting about the redemption, saying they're gonna set it free, whatever the hell that means. Well, they can take their seeds of whatever Wilkin something or other nonsense and stick it where the sun don't shine. I'm not joining their damn cult. I just want to tend to my garden in peace. I'm looking for some larkshine to drive them away if they ever come round again. Lyle of Neptune. It's also called Truthsayer. This plant will force a person to tell the truth when eaten. A sparsely petaled pale flower gives off a strong scent. Sparsely petaled pale flower will give off a strong scent. I don't think I have that either. Well, Hellboy, it's the end of the day. Let's get some rest, yeah? Oh, 3 holes. 902, 803, X. In time, she learned that the Sisterhood had secrets. Or had she always known that? Had she come to them by chance, or had she sought them out deliberately? She wasn't sure. But by now she knew that what she wanted. She would do anything to get it. Alrighty. So 902 is here. The impressive ridgeline of Crinkle Crag stretches across the full width of my vision. Days like today are worth being alive for. A colorful plant stands out amongst the moss. God. Get out, Stinky. The leaves feel smooth and soft underneath. The large stamen seems to be the source of the acerbic odor. Didn't we have one that talked about a pale thing and a strong odor? Vellum? No, that has many short leaves. Let's see. Sparsely petaled pale flowers give off a strong scent. And chuck. No, it's not striped. Teehee. George! My old man reckons there's a plant what can find pots of gold buried underground. Don't know what it's called, but I bet you do. Tell you what, when I'm rich, I'll throw you a share of your gold your way. Weeping Bell. Lesser Marydock. The round flower head of the Marydock is made of smaller yellow florets. A single drop of the small-smelling sap from this plant can utterly drain a person's mental faculties, rendering them slow and uncomprehending. Oh. Okay. That's bad. Hey, what's up? I have a task for you that would greatly aid the seeds of redemption. One of the Dryer is in town, and we know he's paid you a visit already. No doubt feeding his habit. We suspect he's here to hunt the Dendru. If he returns, give him some of this. He'll make a worthy sacrifice to the Dendru. Let's help him on his way. Ah! Many yellow florets, rendering you slow and uncomprehending. After Lemon Dandy. Oh boy. Okay, so this is where we have to make our choice. Amos Duncan. I'm heading out of the road again, but before I leave, I wanted to store some valuables in a safe. I don't trust myself to remember the combination, and I certainly don't trust myself to write it down anywhere and not lose it. This is where you come in. Surely you've got something up your sleeves for me. That I do. A taco. Spring wax cap, an edible mushroom with some mild medicinal properties. When dried and eaten, it can help relieve pain. Isn't that, like, not great for you, though? God damn it. Stop it. Sometimes fatal, can be cured by taking a hot part boiled in vinegar. My baby. Kitty kitty. Mary Holmes. I'm looking for something specific. The very unusual looking fungus that takes me back to my childhood with its wonderful smoky smell. Simone! Goodness, Hellbore. You haven't been getting enough food? That's terrible. Whatever will become of you? My mother had been looking into this servant creature for you, but I'm afraid they've not been getting anywhere. It's strange. I'm sure I've seen some reference to it before, but I'm drawing a blank when I try to find anything. I think Lord Fremont's archives would be a good place to look. I was going to post this to you, but I was in town anyway, so I thought I'd drop it off in person. That and sneak in some Hellbore hugs. I get it, you like my cat more than me. I'm kidding. Anything? Anything? No? Okay. I've not been getting anywhere looking through my collections in Ambleside for any mention of the servant. But Lord Fremont's archives at Muncaster are home to many ancient and esoteric scrolls covering a wide variety of subjects. Might be worth a visit. Muncaster. Ugh. Muncaster Castle? Is there any other Muncaster? I don't think so. I follow Fremont's manservant deep into the vaults of the castle. 2 hours later, I have still found no mention of the servant. On the verge of giving up, a name grabs my attention. The Woken Dendru. Didn't Verona say that was another name for the servant? The Woken Dendru is loyal to the summoner, who becomes its master and can bend its terrible power to their will. The servant is assumed to be immortal since it has no vulnerabilities. That does not mean it cannot be defeated. Many hundreds of years ago, on a site of a ritual importance, was created near Black Combe, to the south of the Watcher, the Great Oak, and the Dendru was ousted from this world. Unfortunately, although we know the 5 plants were required for the ritual, the specific plants were not known. Was created near Blackcombe, to the south of Watcher, the Great Oak, and the Dendru was ousted from this world. Okay, so let's go to nowhere because we don't have the energy for it, apparently. We have so many pretty plants. We can spend all day in here and water them. Isn't that such an enticing idea? You want to stay in here forever? No, I didn't fucking think so. Okay. To the south of the Great Oak, which we saw was over here. So here. A small stone shrine sits off to one side of the clearing. 5 grooves run out from the center of the stone, widening into recesses at the base. 5 slots for 5 plants. This is the right place, but I'm too early. I need Verona Green's help to perform the ritual. Okay. Near Blackcombe, to the south of the Watcher, the Great Oak, and the Dendru was ousted from this world. So I guess it's just there to tell you where it is. Okay. John Hall. Norwood, please. It's the only thing keeping me from nodding off in the night shift. Norwood was the one that gave off the little pieces, yeah. Where are you? There you are. Oops. Daisy Dock. Daisy Dukes. A simple potion that will grant courage can be brewed from the leaves. It's said that the ancient warriors would take it before going into battle. We do have this token for Gosforth, so let's go over there. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Oh. Should not have come here. Darkness hangs over the town like an executioner's blade. I feel a rising dread in my chest. Oh. Okay. How was I supposed to know that, though? Rude. The first letter of the Latin name of a plant known as golden light. The number of petals on a lucky camellia flower. L7? I think. I'll have to double check the Latin one. When her chance finally came, she did not hesitate even for a moment. Afterwards, when the Arda was dead, she only felt elation. Years after she had first laid eyes on the book, she had what she needed. She killed the Arda. That bitch! Alright, what was it? God, get off. Golden light. What was the name of that one? Where is it? There we go. Hey, I was right. L7. Ah! God damn you. It's so finicky which one it picks up. I amble through meadowland, stopping every so often to examine any wildflowers that catch my eye. Buttercups, daisies, cowslips, red clover, knapweed, cat's ear, and hidden among them something new for my collection. Messing up my order. The flowers are blue. Somewhat pungent. I know what the blue one is. That's the one that lays or is downwards so the water doesn't get inside of it, I think. I just need to find it because I don't remember the name. Too many damn plants. Trimblehuff. Hufflepuff. Before wandering, boo. You piece of shit. Well, it's becoming a train now. Okay, just to make sure. St. John's Poppy, Historian. Solomon's Scepter is supposed to be above, next to the Shimmerlong. Where's Shimmerlong? Oh, here. Shimmerlong. Oh, Shimmerlong Solomon Spire. Scepter. Spring Cap, St. John's Poppy, Historian, Sunset Mount Cap, Triple Huff, Wandering Boo, Weeping Bell, Wild Coal, Wonder. Okay. We Gucci. Bethany! Hey, girl. It came for us. We were attacked in the night by the servant. In all my time in the forest, I have never experienced anything like what happened last night. The forest came alive and drove the beast back. Arduina saved us. It's the only explanation that makes any sense. One thing is clear, we cannot do this alone, and we must not allow the servant to get its hands on what it's looking for. I'm trusting you with this, a secret that the Sisterhood has kept for hundreds of years, a tool to defeat the Woken Dendru. Keep it safe. Use it wisely. Guardian of the Forest. I don't have any key, but I do have a certain plant that opens a lock. Lavalium. Can't see it. Hey! Oh god. Follow the Dudon tributary to its source. Oh, it's lagging. Oh my god. First is the corpse's friend, a reminder. Then comes the ankle grabber, the binder. Third is the fear-bringer, fourth to lift the curse. Last, a pedal to secure the black blood's reverse. Follow the Dudon tributary to its source. So, to its source, I assume would mean that it's a river of some kind. Dudon, Dudon, Dudon. Dudon, to its source. Oh, it's again, choo choo. God damn it. I know I'm right. It's in the area around there. I think that's right, so
Wait, no. It's supposed to be this one first? It must have gotten shuffled around. So 6, 5, 3, 5. Oops, shit. Down. No? Oh, 4. I was right. Damn it. No? Oh, this is not 5. Wait, it was. Fuck! I'm all turned around. So... that one's out of whack. This one needs to be last, I think. Yep, okay. I got it. There we go. We'll just keep that in there for safety, maybe. I don't know how intricate the game is when it comes to potentially some ne'er-do-wells getting into my drawer. I just had a really big inclination to hide that shit. I don't know, bitch. Fine. They're saying the Sisterhood has been attacked. Don't know much more about those than that, but the Seeds of Redemptionists have gotten all excited about it. There's a bunch of them chanting outside Pulliver's right now. Foxfield Trident. Where was Foxfield again? There. From Foxfield, the Trident points me in the direction of some foothills northeast of the Swinside Stone Circle. A faint path leads over a ridge into a dwell. Here, a plant thrives, sheltered from the wind. Oh, hello. You're very similar to my other plant that I have. Meow. This one. Why are you over here? You shouldn't be over here. You shouldn't be over here. Hello? Has no one heard of organization around these parts? Beat the crap out of you. Oh, God. Never. I'll beat the crap out of you. I'm kidding. Okay. Goodness. Oh, hey, it's you. I'm going to Black Comb. I will kill this servant. My people have a saying, he who lives without fear does not live at all. I will not say I'm not afraid, but it would be no bad thing to die hunting such a noble adversary. You will not take Ember Soul. Sorry, my guy. I'm the bad guy. Said to induce fear. also called Kempfoot, partly due to its unpleasant scent. Dainty dark flowers grow from the bed of long thin leaves. Dainty dark flowers. These? Dark purple flowers. I didn't even read the fucking name. I'm so terrible with that. Widow's Woe. Said to a sphere, also called Kempfoot, partly due to its unpleasant scent. Dainty dark flowers grow from a bed of long thin leaves. Hmm. Hmm? I don't know. I don't think I have one that fits both of those descriptions. Milton Forbes. Allow me to present my services. I own a small shop that specializes in curiosities. I would have thought that someone in your position ought to be interested in perusing the collection of manuscripts on elixirs, for example. Thanks! I'll visit it right now. Arnside Antiquities. 21 Orchard Road. Arnside? Orchard? I haven't seen anything called Orchard, I don't think. I don't know. Oh, Arnside. Yeah? Yes? Yes. No! Okay. I definitely clicked on the wrong one, but I guess it registered correctly somehow. I need to drink something first. The dark exterior of the Arnside Antiquities blends into its surroundings. A tailor called Jones and an ugly-looking haberdashery, to the extent that I walk past it 3 times before I find it. Inside, however, I am greeted by a world of intrigue and wonder. Old trinkets set alongside faded books and manuscripts, while strange utensils and machines, their uses unfathomable, occupy rows of display cases. It is some time before I peel myself away, returning to Undermere with 2 new recipes for elixirs that demand further study. Elixir of the Damned, made from a combination of Arbutum alacritus, Maculosus retentia, and Mens Fortis. This powerful elixir is dangerous and extreme caution is advised. It is said to bring a person back from the brink of death, but at the expense of their soul. Those who have drunk it appear vacant and lost, alive, but no longer with us. Plants indeed! Hi, Rathy. St. Quentin's Elixir. The elixir will enable any drinker of it to overcome their sense of fear, though it should be considered beforehand that fear is not always a bad thing. For example, it would not be wise to drink this near the edge of a cliff. A 5-pointed leaf to grant courage, a red flower to protect the mind, a seed pod for luck. How you doing, Rathy? Hope you're having a good day. We're gonna quickly make these. You're alright? Good to hear. This one on the right, the elixir needs my book, because those are the Latin names. How goes plants? It goes. We've decided to be evil. Valia. Maculosus retentia. So you're poison ivy? Not necessarily. We're more of a cultist. We have chosen violence today. Maculosus retentia. I don't have a henchuck. I don't think I do anyways. Tuberous bulb has an unusual structure growing in bursts that give it a striped appearance. When cut open, the outer hardens and turns to blue-green when it's ready to harvest. Comic book people seem like cultists sometimes. I mean, you're not wrong. Is this henchuck? I don't know. We'll give it a try, I guess. Men's Fortis. Excuse me. I'm very gassy today. Many burps. God damn it. It's the bean plants, you're so right. Ah, Dranthium. Alright, let's give it a shot, I guess. Arbutum alacritus. Maculosus retentia. Mens fortis. Nope. That definitely didn't work. This is definitely not henchock. I don't have anything else that's tuby, though. We'll have to come back to that later. Played a demon of some other plants game that looks similar to this. Can't remember what it was, though. A lot of people keep confusing this with potion craft. Ah, demo, not demon. Let's see. A 5-pointed leaf to grant courage. Oh, hey. Grant courage. Daisy Dock. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3. It's this one. So we'll label that Daisy Dock. Red flower to protect the mind. I believe that's candlewood. Yep. And then a seed pod for luck. Seed pod for luck. Luck. Oops. Sorry. I don't remember which one was for luck. reduce anxiety. Secret writings, poisons. Oh! Yes, sheep snap. Do I have sheep snap? I don't think I have sheep snap. Fuck! Why am I always missing one? Ugh. Okay. Not much we can do about it, unfortunately. So, we'll just keep these here for now, since we need them for potion stuff later. Hellboy, I love you! Faye Swift. The dreams have changed. I understand now what I need to do. When your librarian friend visits tomorrow, give her this instead of the palliance that she will ask for. She knows something that she's not telling you.
Huh? Simone?
Long, thin leaves, quite rigid. Aroma is sharp and citric. Long, thin leaves, quite rigid. Aroma is sharp and citric. Okay, we're gonna go through the list. Brimlock, Butterdale, Candlewood, Cavalia, Calivium, Caldery, Common Trouse, Copper, Caledonium. $1 million painting has been ruined after board security guard drew eyes on faceless figures. Oh no. Daisy Dock is over there. Devil's Night Trap, I don't think we have. Maybe. Oh wait! If it's something about the truth... There was one that forces you to speak the truth if you eat it. Lyle of Neptune. Or Long Verkund. Art people are weird. Yeah. I can't even defend myself on that one. Endmore, Raven, Spider. Equipped with Arda's knowledge, she journeyed west to the Stone Circle. Unknown to her, she was not alone as she made her preparations. Why is one picture worth $1 million? Because rich people. They're assholes. Plant. Fish eggs. See, I was gonna say more along the lines of gold flakes. And more. And more. Raven, spider. A jackdaw croaks, hidden somewhere nearby. Strange shapes of old stones appear in the long grass. Among them, some new plants grow. I am moving my damn screen before it can ruin my setup. Oh my god. Bulby. What is that? thick boy. Though the baubles look soft, they're in fact quite hard. Leaves are strong and leathery. A bouquet. Ding! Grace and White. Have you heard of this masked woman? Yeah, she comes by from time to time. Imagine having that amount of power. Nations would kneel before you. You would be a god. That creature, it's huge, unstoppable, and they say it obeys her every command. You would certainly come in helpful with my father-in-law tomorrow.
I'm sorry?
I guess I'll have to settle for some Daisy Duck to help me get through instead. What's up with your father? Daisy Dukes. Dead man's fingers. We have that one. I didn't read if it was bad or not. Oops. Fungus is typically found around in dense forests protruding through the mulch. At a glance, it could appear as though a corpse is reaching up from underground. Resolve and sharpen the mind. Next to Daisy Duck. After Copper Caledonium. Okay. David! Good to see you healthy, man. The letter was delivered in an unusual way. There was no address provided, just the horticulturist spelled wrong. I assume it was meant for you. Oh no. Did he send us a letter? If you know your plants, this is for you. Oh, so you got it working. Oh yes, it works, it works. Look to the north of Baufell at the source of the river. Of the river Esk. Nobody knows it grows there. It will be our little secret. Ho ho. Okay, so this is just the weirdo who gave me this device in the first place. Look to the north of Baufell at the source of the river Esk. Okay. Look to the north of Baufell. At the source of the river Esk. North of Baufell. Where is River Esk? Spirit Kent. Why is there just a river named Kent? Esk, okay. Boodle. Look to the north of Baufell at the source of the river Esk. Damn it. I'm a water plants. I wish it didn't take so long. In reality, it doesn't take very long at all, but I'm impatient and I want to figure things out. Look to the north of Baufell at the source of the river Esk. Nobody knows it grows there. It would be our little secret. Bowfell. To the north of Bowfell. Source of the River Esk. Sure enough, I found a plant here that I've never seen before. Nice. Bell-like flowers and heart-shaped leaves. Okay. Thora Dune. My husband likes to forage for mushrooms, but I'm worried about the ones he's brought back from his latest venture. He's been on a trip across the lake, exploring the woods to the west of here. So... oh, west of here? He's got a bag full of odd-looking mushrooms that he says are perfectly safe, but they don't look edible to me. I had brought one with me, hoping to identify it, but he's hoarding them because he thinks I'm going to throw them out. I'll come back tomorrow. Well, I already know where. Mushrooms! How have I never been here before? They're hard at first to find, but soon I'm seeing them everywhere. I think that's our farmer's worry. Aptly named. Spongy mushrooms with potent abilities, only safe to consume in small quantities. Grants great strength for short periods at the expense of severe fatigue once the effect is worn off. Let's change that to a purple. Because it's good, but you gotta be careful. Before Furicus. I have so many plants! Help. Hi, Simone. Lord Fremont told me he was able to find you some information on the servant. I've been looking all over the library, but all I've discovered is a mold problem. I hoped you might help me have some sweet breath that could help clear it up. Sorry, Simone. I didn't want to mention this, but Fremont gave me something else from his archives. A recipe for an elixir. It's the key to the link to the servant. In theory, it would be possible to wrest control from the woman in the jade mask. In theory. But the only records I was able to find are hundreds of years old. And even if it works, what then? The power that can be wielded through the Woken Dendro is too great for any one person. We should stick to the Sisterhood's ritual. Sour Bandy. The Sour Bandy can help with the memory recovery, especially if the memory has been deliberately sabotaged. The name of this plant derives from the fact that although edible, the large stamen is extremely bitter to the taste. I think I might have an idea. I think you might be our sour brandy. Or bandy. Think about alcohol much? Solomon's Scepter. A link between the servant and the master is not fully understood. What we do know, however, is that the link can be broken at the expense of the mind of the master. In doing so, a new master can take their place and assume control over the servant. A strong will is required when consuming this elixir, lest the mind of the drinker is overwhelmed. It is believed that the power of the stone circle can amplify the effect of the elixir. So it wants Solomon's Scepter, Witch's Fig, and Farmer's Worry. Oh boy. Oh wait, what was the name of it? The Elixir of Control. Okay. Oh boy. Follow the Dudon tributary to its source. Where was the Dudon again? Dudon tributary. I don't know. Ugh. Tributary. What does that mean? Definition. Tributary. A river or stream following into a larger river or lake. So the one to the side of it. This one. Okay, we'll try that next. It helps if you know words. Lorena Chapman. My cousin will be married in 3 days. I know exactly what you need already. Got some trouble, Huff? Then it'd save me some trouble going out to find some myself. If you knew my cousin, you know she's not worth the trouble. Huh. Glowhorn. Hey, we have that. That's this one. Glowhorn, or forest lantern, or pixie lamp, is a phosphorescent illuminating trees that it glows under. Suspicious travelers avoid walking towards it, fearing that the faint lights will lure them to their demise. What was it? Glowhorn?
Yep. Glowhorn.
Right, yeah. Okay. We have one more chance today. Never seen this plant before here, and it's growing in abundance. It helps if you know words. Somewhat damp smell, dark red flowers. I've seen the position of leaves before. Don't we have Widow's Bow? No, I think that's it. Hey, let's double check anything that we might have gotten. Dark flowers, pleasant, fresh aroma. Wait, are these sheep snap? Hang on. Green sea pods, yeah, that's my sheep snap. Bring good luck. Next to the royal gentia. bouquet. Boop. The next day. 8 miles to the east. The shepherd watched as she prepared the leaves and roots that she would require. He watched as the hours dragged by, the sun set, and she worked by the candlelight, at times sitting still, at times moving like a dancer among the stones. The change happened suddenly, but also subtly, so that at first the watcher was not sure that anything happened. Then he saw it. Thursday. Hi, baby. Crack, boom. Eight miles to the east. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gazing at the still water of the lake, its black waters draw me into a reflective trance. Here and there, flowers that I don't recognize grow along the bank. These flowers are very delicate. The petals fall easily. Bland-smelling flower. Thora Dune. Well, he went and ate those bloody mushrooms. And of course, now he's sick. Is there anything we can do? He's in a bad way and I'm worried about him. I believe I need hoppers? Hop-heart? Where is it? There it is. Oh, maybe Royal Gentian. It is Farmer's Worry. Yeah. Liverstone. Caution is advised when handling the plant due to the strong paralyzing agents contained within. Liverstone is a mushroom with pointed caps. I will take a guess on this one, I suppose. David! There's a hateful man I sometimes see around town. He's called Isidore Burbage. Yesterday I saw him bending down as though to pet a stray dog, and then he punched it as hard as he could. I rushed over and the coward fled. Someday he'll get his comeuppance. If I had the fucking meek do, I would have got his ass. Piece of work. Sadgill Chalice. Sadgill. 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 Sadgill? Where are you? Come out. Get over here, Sadgill. Let me beat you up. No, but seriously, where are you? Sadgill. Chalice. Wait, where? Oh, here. The chalice clue takes me directly south of Sadgill to a spot next to the river. Moss-covered rocks line the banks. Velvet to the touch. In the moist conditions, a deadly-looking plant grows abundantly in the lush grass. That is a piranha plant. Sharp thorns grow along the edges of the upper leaves. Another body has turned up a black comb. I haven't seen it yet, and I can't say I'm looking forward to it, but they've identified the dryer man. A dryer hunter, a man named Forest Bear. Fuck. Did die. We have to do something. Verona tells me you're working on gathering the plants for a ritual that will help us defeat this creature. Yeah. I want to help in any way I can. From what Verona told me, I think this might be one of the plants needed to perform the ritual, but I'm afraid I do not know where it can be found. Swift Snare. The binder, ankle grabber, and never let go are several of the names given to this plant that may give some clue to its properties. Once ensnared, it's impossible to extricate oneself without help. Swift Snare has small heart-shaped leaves. I don't think it's that one. Because it also mentions bell-like flowers, and that didn't say anything about bell-like flowers. It's all about the subtleties. Bing! Thaddeus Cornwall. Read somewhere about a plant that'll lead you to gold. We already have that identified. What are you talking about? Hi, Enos. Redemption is at hand. We need you to prepare this elixir. With it, we will lure the Woken Dendru back where it started, the swine-side stone circle. The Dendru is a god perverted by humanity, enslaved by mankind's wickedness, and bent to its evil will. Imagine the glory it will bestow on us when we set it free. Praise the Dendru. The Dendru's elixir. The Woken Dendru, also known as the Servant, will be drawn to the fumes generated by this elixir and driven mad by its thirst for it. If it drinks from it, it is thought that it will be able to break free of its bonds of its servitude, though this has not been attempted in living memory. 2 yellow berries. A heart-shaped leaf from a plant with bell flowers, and a teaspoon of milky fungal residue. I can make that. Oh no. I have a lot of fucking choices, it seems. Which one was the one with milky fungal? Milky fluid. Okay, so it was this one. Dendru's elixir. Oh boy. Hellbore, what have we gotten ourselves into? Nothing underneath? Okay. Can we make these? We don't have a hen chuck still, I don't think. Oh boy. This has a bulb. You ready for a dumb fucking joke? Sure. We can afford to do this, it's fine. Ooh! That was the hen chuck all along.
Where did it go? Where did it go? Am I blind? Where did it go? Oh. Here. Fuck. Wait. Help. You ever wondered why vampires get along so well with zombies? Not really, but, sure. I am curious now. Because they're necromancers. Ah! That was a good one. I like that. Okay, so that was candlewood. Daisy Dock. Boop. And then you are the hen truck. I don't remember if it was good or bad. Startling effects on memory can cause amnesia. Yeah. It's after the Harlequin Blue. Yeah. There we go. Bouquet. And then this is the Elixir of the Damned. I can spell. Oops, that should be a red fucking tag. And then, let's see if we can't make this one. Yes, we definitely can. There was the Daisy Dock. The Candlewood. And Sheepsnap. Okay. What was it? St. Quentin's Elixir. This one was good, right? Oh, sense of fear. So we'll put that as questionable. Because you really should have fear. It's how you stay safe. Let's go to bed, Hellbore. Decay gives way to new growth. From death, life. The cycle starts again. West of White Scar. By the river. I can read upside down. Ha! Behind the woman, a dark skeletal figure began to rise, and a low primal snarl sounded across the clearing. The shepherd turned and ran, cold fear coursing through his veins. He did not run for long.
The cycle starts again, west of White Scar. By the river. That's down here. West of White Scar. By the river. The sun-bleached skull fixes me with its black-eyed gaze. A reminder. From the chest of the skeleton, a plant grows. I already know what that one is. It's a soft aroma that reminds me of a pine forest. I know it. Why can't I ever remember names? Corpse's friend. Devil's nightcap. Oops. Oh, well, I guess it should be purple. Because while really fucking bad, it also does some good. So, before Dranthium... I can't even find Dranthium visually anymore. Is it not over here? What happened to my plants? There's too fucking many. Let's see. There you are. Jesus, why did it take ages to find you? Okay, and then you go here. And I am going to shift some of this shit around. You're too full, you're too full. Okay. Oh boy. I'll put this with the other L's. LMNOP. Okay. Hi, baby. Nothing underneath? Okay. Ding! David! News. I've lived in Undermere all my life, and I've never seen the people as worried as they are now. Everyone's talking about the sisterhood and the servant. Somebody needs to do something to stop that beast. I was speaking to a woman from Arnside who told me of a cave nearby that the locals stay away from. Apparently there's a strange plant that grows there, but the cave is believed to be haunted. Unfortunately, she was vague about where the cave was. Somewhere to the east was all she would say when I pressed her. Arnside to the east. Fuck off. Do they mean White Scar Cave? Hey, Simone. I haven't forgiven you for whatever it was you gave me the other day. I should have destroyed that elixir recipe when I had the chance. Whatever happens, you must not allow it to fall into the wrong hands. Simone loves books and reading. She's also irritatingly organized and has become the overwhelming task of rearranging the library at Ambleside. Her new system works, but it will take years to catalog every book, scroll, pamphlet, and diary. In the meantime, every day yields new discoveries. Buried fragments of ancient knowledge resurfacing to the light like arrowheads to archaeologists. Stay mad. Alden Gregory. My wife is 30 years, of 30 years is dying. That's the truth of it, as painful as it is to say out loud. The doctors say there's nothing they can do, but I cannot sit by and wait for it to happen. A man at the hospice let slip about a plant-based elixir. I don't think he meant for me to hear it, but I did. And it's all I can think about. I understand the risks, but any price is worth paying if it means she doesn't have to die. Please, I'm begging you. That's not how you get her back, my guy. Who am I to tell you? Average. Pretty blue flowers line the stems of this sought-after plant. It's said that if you have give Haverage to your beloved under the light of a full moon, you will live long and blessed lives. That's kind of fucked that you give me that after that. Asshole. After Harlequin Blue. There we go. Althea O'Shea. What a delightful shop you have. I'm only in town for a brief visit, but I heard you might be able to get a hold of some liverstone here. If I can find it. The shop is a mess, despite being fucking organized. Where is my liverstone? Oh, up here. Oh, that wasn't liverstone. Okay. Noted. Thanks. Ah, okay. So it was just telling me to go to the fucking cave. Thin crack runs down the rock face, widening as it nears the ground, just wide enough for a man to slip through, but there's a problem. A large boulder blocks the entrance, too heavy to move. I'm going to be exhausted. Oops. No! You bitch. Why would you have that button so big? Your eyes would naturally go to it. God damn it. Water some fucking plants. You better wait, lady. Ah! Swear to God. I'm surprised at how easily I am able to roll away this boulder with the help of Farmer's Worry. As my eyes adjust to the darkness, I discover several clusters of fungi growing out there, reaching out desperately to the thin strip of light provided by the crack. Twilight Lepiota. In the twilight where shadows grow, take leaf and root and eye of crow. A plant of gloom and despair and dark magic. Don't be fooled by the pretty flower. The smell it gives off is quite foul. That one, maybe? Potentially. There's the liverstone. Oh, that needs to be a red tag, I think. Tomb. Oh, pronounced tomb. This flower is sometimes associated with death. Tomb is used as a fragrance in soaps and candles. I'm looking at the ones that I have. I don't think I have that one. Maybe. Strong, leathery, smells rotten. Smells like rhubarb, somewhat pungent, fresh aroma, dipped in honey. Gentle scent, purple flowers, heart-shaped leaves. Very delicate. Thorns, bland-smelling flower. Nope, I don't think I have that. What was the one that we saw before this? Not Tomb. Twilight Lepiota? Yeah, that's pretty close, I guess. Leaves aren't really a apt descriptor for it, but... Oh, dark magic. Let's go ahead and put that as a purple, and also give it a question mark, because I don't fucking know if that's right or not. I do know this is right, though. Waxy reddish caps. Here we go. Nice. Organization. Let's see. Bring wax cap, maybe? Edible mushroom with some mild medicinal properties. When dried and eaten, it can help relieve pain. Yeah, let's go with that. After the sour bandy. Yeah. Let's see. Twilight Lepiota. Zapper the Trimble Huff. Yeah. I'm so cool. I can recognize the plants based on sight. Fuck yeah. Boom. Oh hey, how's it going? I can't control it anymore. This has all gone too far. I never meant for it to turn on my sisters. It's too strong. I'm trying to hold it back, but it wants to kill. That's all it wants. Death, death, and more death. You have to help me. Oh, we have a choice here. Dead man's fingers. Said to resolve and sharpen the mind. Or widow's woe. Said to induce fear. Carnivorous Tauren. Known in the north as Andrew's Bane after the unfortunate demise of a man called Andrew Jardine. He was caught and slowly eaten alive by a large specimen of the Tauren. Oh god. Revered in the occult world, a cross-section of the Tauren's stem reveals pentagonal symmetry. I'm gonna say it's this one. Kinda iffy. Where in the list? After Candlewood. Boop. Hollis Gibb. There's been talk about the last few nights of the Royal Ocus of a servant creature going around slaughtering people. I used to enjoy walking in the hills, but I daren't leave my house now. I've decided to bring nature to me in the meantime. The glow of a few pixie lamps would surely warm my heart. You got it, buddy. Pennybell! There it is. Leaves in the pennybell are chewed by some for their hallucinogenic properties. However, it is highly addictive and can lead to sickness and death. Pennybell. Well, I found y'all's cocaine that you keep wanting to talk about. Weirdos. After the Palliants. Hey, Faye. I understand it now. My mind is linked to the servant. Without the elixir, or with the elixir, I will be able to throw out the woman and the jade mask and take control for myself. Together we can end this. Meet me at the Daughter Stone Circle tomorrow and bring the elixir. Did I make her evil? Faye grew up with her mother. Her father was rarely violent, but once is enough. When he struck her, it finally broke the hold he had over her mother, and she fled in the night, the sleeping Faye held close. Faye often has vivid dreams, but never considered that other people do not. She came to the strange horticulture seeking relief from her nightmares. I think I made her evil. It's okay to be evil if you're cute. To the east of the castle, across the river, and through the mountain pass, it grows at the edge of the wood. She finally had the power she had craved after all these years. A servant to do as she willed, but that power came at a cost. The servant was awoken, and it would not be contained. It was the Dendru, the dread. It was death. Evil psychic. Yeah. Alright. To the east of the castle, across the river. There's no river there. East of the castle, across the river, through the mountain pass. Yeah, this is the only one with a mountain pass, I guess. It grows at the edge of the wood. Well, no. Okay, castle. Let's see. Castle, no forest. Well, maybe. But there's no river. Ba -ba 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 -ba. Oh. Here? There's no
mountain pass, but...
I don't freaking know. Let's just start here. Oh, okay, cool, great, fuck you. Verona. It is time. The servant is on the move again. Time to act. Meet me at the ritual site. I hope for all our sakes that you've been able to track down the plants we need. Occult scholar. Verona's been studying the occult and the mysterious for many years. It started as a hobby, but gradually grew into an obsession. She haunts the boundary between truth and tale, seeking out the knowledge that others recoil from. She also brews a lovely cup of tea. I have decisions to make. Do I meet with Faye Swift or the Seeds of Redemption? Or do I follow Verona to perform the ritual? Oh my god. I have a 3-split way I could go. Holy shit. I want to find this first before doing anything else. I really want to. To the east of the castle, across the river. And through the mountain pass, it grows at the edge of the wood. Oh. We're gonna sit here until we can fucking get this plant. I was gonna say flower, but then I realized mushrooms aren't really flowers. I don't know what it is. Why would you do this, though? To the east of the castle, across the river and through the mountain pass, it grows to the edge of the wood. Okay, so it's not Gleason Castle, it's not Muncaster Castle. Oh, I'm dumb. Hey! Trees sway effortlessly in the cool breeze. The low hum of the chirping crickets rides the wind. A sense of calm washes over me, and I am rewarded with a new find. Ah! There is our, snare plant. So snare. You! Where is my curly boy? There you are. Alrighty. We must act before it's too late. Gather the plants and meet me at the ritual site. Alright. The wandering plant is wandering. It's annoying is what it is, because it ruins up the line. So, what route do we take? We can meet up with Verona at the ritual. We can meet up with the cultists.
Or we can meet up with the psychic that I think I made evil. Technically, in my mind, I have a point towards the cultists because I did kind of fucking help them get a man killed. And it seems like a waste to not go through that route when I kind of already stepped into it. But I'm very curious as to what Faye's going to do and if it works out. Because I really did not anticipate her having her mind linked because we suppressed the visions she was having. Hi, Kappa. Let's see. How about we flip a coin? Heads, cult. Tails, Faye. The only reason I'm not doing the other one, the Verona one, is because I've already seen that ending. Tails, Faye. Alrighty. The stone circle is an impressive sight. Running my hand along the red sandstone of Long Meg, I feel a connection to the long-dead people who built it. There is ancient magic here. Faye arrives some time after me. Do you have it? Do you have the elixir? It's now or never. Suddenly, Simone's warnings came back to me. What do I really know about this Faye? Perhaps it would be safer to take the elixir myself. I could use Swift's Air to bind her. I realize I have a decision to make. What? Oh my god! Yo, what? Wait. Oh god. Alright, we're gonna flip another coin. We give it to Faye. Be hilarious if I just gave her the elixir of the damned instead. The cards, or rather the coin, say Faye. Oh, wait, what? That wasn't the right plant. Time is pressing. I need to get this right. What do you mean? That's the elixir. Oh, that's Sendry's elixir. Sorry. Haha. I watched in solemn silence as Faye unstoppers the glass and raises it to her lips. She hesitates for a brief moment before tilting her head back and drinking in large gulps. From what it seems like an eternity, nothing happens. Faye is sitting cross-legged in the middle of the stone circle. Her eyes are closed. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, darting back and forth unnaturally, and she starts muttering to herself. It's mine. Get out. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. She stands up and looks straight ahead, her eyes wide, her expression impossible to read. She stretches out her arms in front of her. Come to me. She stands like that for some time, totally still, waiting patiently. I try talking to her, but she's unresponsive. I'm considering trying to revive her with some Norwood when I hear a strange noise. I turn to see the source of the noise, and I'm gripped in terror by what I see. A huge beast is careening towards the stone circle, covering 20 feet every stride. Plant-like growths protrude from its gruesome head and body, and its long, dark limbs end in knife-like claws. I have never known true fear until now. Faye seems unperturbed, however, excited even, as the servant approaches. When at last the creature stands before us, towering above our heads, she reaches out and touches it, appearing to savor the moment. Of course, she controls it now. The elixir worked. My turn. At that, the servant lifts back its head and roars, a horrendous primal scream that I feel throughout my body. And then it leaps forward, ripping an ancient rock from the stone circle and hurling it away as though it was a pebble on a riverbank. Faye shrieks with delight, and the servant reaches out a gnarled claw and delicately lifts her onto its back. I am left stunned in silence as the creature strides away in the direction it came from, the crazed Faye whooping and hollering as she rides her terrible prize. What have I done? Holy shit.
Some time has passed between Faye taking control of the servant and now. I would like to be able to say that all has been resolved, that Faye took charge and brought the creature to heel, but that is not the case. Where before the serpent was a threat in the shadows, now it is a menace that threatens all our lives. The town of Sadgale and Kentmere have been laid to ruin. The streets of Undermere have been washed with tired and cold refugees who have fled their homes. How long will it be until she turns her attention south? One small grace that my actions have led to is that Thea, the woman in the jade mask, has regained hold of her sanity and has been reunited with her father, my friend Reuben. I promised him that I would leave it to him to unravel that mess. As for myself, I have slunk back to the strange horticulture with my tail between my legs, ashamed of the choices I have made. If there is to be an end to this, I will play no part in it. I'm not really ashamed. A new terror. I was wrong to trust Faye. The servant is hers now. Well. Alive, 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 alive. The new master of the servant. Neither she nor the servant have been seen since she took control. The seeds of redemption have not gone far without your help. But he didn't run away. Interesting. She's in hiding, though. Now that the servant is no longer under her control, she has distanced herself from the torment that continues to unleash. Currently pursuing legal action against the strange horticulture. What a dick. She no longer trusts you and is attempting to perform the ritual without your help. Interesting. Well, that was a route of strange horticulture. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I think that's where we're going to end off because I've been streaming for 6.5 hours and I would like to go to the bathroom. But in any case, this was a fun ride. I really love this game and I am eager to play the other routes because I want to see those other endings. Thank you guys so much for joining me today as I became a horrible accomplice to a terror. It is very fun. Please support the devs and buy this game and find out the other endings for yourself. I will not be playing the other endings on stream. That is for you to find out. Go support this game. It's great. In any case, thank you guys so much for joining me today. We will be back tomorrow. Yes? It's Wednesday? Yes. We'll be back tomorrow with some new stuff. Potentially. Maybe. Who knows? Either way, thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you again soon. Thank you for watching. See ya.